Được rồi. Excellencies and members of MAP Council, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone. Let me start by first appreciating everyone for the story completion of SC strategy of yesterday, as well as the adoption of the process of excellence. Let me particularly appreciate all the Bureau members, the International Advisory Council, the ad hoc committee, and the Secretariat of MAP-ICC for a job well done. Congratulations to everyone. Today we're going to item number 11, which will change the entire feature of the MAP network. Not to take too much of your time, let me yield the floor to the Secretary. Noeline, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, dear members of the MAP Council. The item 11, under the document SC21/conf 233 10 Rev, is meant to examine the new Bass Reserve nominations and proposals for extension, modification, renaming to designated bass reserves that are part of the World Network of Bass Reserve. The nominations for new bass reserve and proposals for extension, modification, and renaming to bass reserves that are already part of the World Network of Bass Reserve were considered at the 27th meeting of the International Advisory Committee for Bass Reserve, which met online from 8 to 12 March 2021. The Advisory Committee examined 23 proposals for new bass reserve, including 2 transboundary sites and 2 requests for extension and/or renaming of existing bass reserves. The Advisory Committee formulated the recommendation regarding 3 types of recommendation categories. There are proposals that were recommended for approval. The proposed site is recommended for approval as a bass reserve. No additional information is needed. Proposals recommended for approval pending the submission of specific information. The proposed site is recommended for approval as a bass reserve. All the proposed changes for existing sites are recommended for approval, subject of receiving specific information requested by Advisory Committee. And the third category are the new bass reserve recommended for the new proposals recommended for deferral. The Bureau of the MAP-ICC, during its meetings, considered the recommendation of the Advisory Committee, as well as the additional information received by the MAP Secretariat, particularly with regard to the nomination recommended for approval subject to receiving additional information. The Bureau recommendations will be presented to the Council for consideration of the members of the Council for your final decisions on all sites included in the presentation I'm going to do. The MAP-ICC is then invited to decide on the new sites for inclusion on the World Network of Bass Reserve and extension, modification, and/or renaming of bass reserves already included in the World Network of Bass Reserve that could be approved. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, we are going to start our journey around the world with the new proposals. We are very happy to have received all these new proposals, and I am going to present to the member of the Council some summary of the site and the recommendation of the Bureau to the Council. So we start with the first site in Republic of Korea, Wando Archipelago. So we had the video for Wando, and as it was already displayed in the video, the proposed site is located in the southernmost tip of the Korean peninsula in Northeast Asia. May we have the last slide, please, with the recommendation for this site? Maybe it's worth informing the Council that the main objective of the proposed Biosphere Reserve are to conserve terrestrial and marine biodiversity up to the northern limit of the warm temperature forests, to promote sustainable development in harmony with nature based on terrestrial and marine ecosystem services, and to establish the basis for participatory ecosystem conservation and wise use through voluntary participation and decision making. So the recommendation of the Bureau to the Council read as follows. It's a summary of the recommendation, of course. The Bureau welcomed this proposal. The Bureau noted with satisfaction that consolidation of the management of national parks, cultural heritage, and local sustainable development strategies will contribute to a community-based management system for environmental, land, and cultural resources. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Manu, please check. Will anyone want to take the floor? If no one is asking for the floor, I then invite Republic of Korea to take the floor.
You have to approved. It's approved.
If no one is taking the floor, then it's approved. Korea, you have the floor. Is Korea taking the floor?
Mr. Chair, no one from Korea has raised their hands. If someone wants to take the floor, can you please raise the hand?
Then we'll go to the next site. No, no links.
The representative from the Wando Biosphere Reserve is unmuted.
Hold on.
Hello.
I'm told Korea is asking for the floor. Please give the Korean the floor.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lee Sogu, Director General of Marine Culture and Tourism Bureau of Wando County, Republic of South Korea. Wando is called capital of the Clean Sea in Korea. Today,
I'm sorry, we're not hearing you very well. Is it still on the floor?
can I speak? Can you hear my voice?
Probably you move closer to the mic. We can hear you but faintly.
Sorry.
Better now.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Lee Sogu, Director General of Maritime Culture and Tourism Bureau of Wando County, Republic of South Korea. which is called the capital of the Princes. Today, I am so excited that Wando became a part of the world network of biosphere reserves. On behalf of the whole people of Wando, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the MAB ICC member countries and the International Advisory Committee for Biosphere Reserves. Wando Archipelago Biosphere Reserve comprise 265 islands and their surrounding marine areas. Wando Archipelago contains many attractive ecotourism destinations with sea and tidal flats, as well as the Wando National Arboretum, which is the largest warm temperature forest in the country. This is also home to thousands of diverse marine animals, birds, and plant species. And this have been supporting livelihood for our ancestors and residents today. As a biosphere reserve, we will do our best toward a sustainable future where human and nature coexist in harmony, and biodiversity is well conserved and appreciated by all. Finally, I sincerely congratulate the 50-year anniversary of the MAB program. We Wando citizens look forward to meeting you all in Wando. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General of Maritime, Culture and Tourism Bureau of Republic of Korea for your speech. And once again, congratulations. I yield the floor to Noli now to continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We remain in Asia with the next proposal in Malaysia, Penang Hill. Thank you. May we move to the recommendation, please? This is a recommendation of the Bureau to the Council. The Bureau welcomed this proposal. The Bureau noted with satisfaction that consolidation of the management of natural... No, it's for Wando, that one. Please move to Penang Hill. Penang, Okay, thank you. The Bureau welcomed this new proposal. Based on the recommendations of the 27th meeting of the Advisory Committee, the Map Bureau examined the additional information sent by the authorities related to the size of the buffer zone, the legal status of marine areas, the inclusion of some settlement in the proposed site, and the correction of inconsistency of figures. As the information received was satisfactory, the Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Will any member wants to take the floor? Manuel?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised.
If no one is raising the hand, then it's approved. Malaysia, you have the floor. Is His Excellency there? The Secretary General for Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Malaysia. You have the floor.
Malaysia has the floor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is L.L. Chok from Penang Hill Corporation. First of all, we would like to congratulate the host nation, Nigeria, for successfully organizing the 33rd sessions of the MAB ICC. We would like to thank the ICC and the International Advisory Committee for Biosphere Reserve for approving Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve to be part of the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. We express our sincere thanks for the tremendous support received from all the parties who helped make this possible. We also like to thank UNESCO for recognizing our efforts and presenting to us the designation. Penang is an island with beautiful beaches, large green hills, and historic structures. For decades, we have strived to preserve and conserve our natural treasures to ensure that our future generations will also get to enjoy what our ancestors have enjoyed. In a nutshell, the Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve encompasses three major ecosystems, namely terrestrial, marine, coastal ecosystem, which is quite unique, over a very small island. They span an area of 12,481 hectares, covering Penang Hill National Park, Penang Botanic Gardens, and the Tulabahang Dam, Aitam Dam, and 6 permanent forest reserves, which are a few of them listed in the dossiers. With the core areas of Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve, the total size of only 5,757 hectares. It's a protected site to carry out biodiversity conservation work as well as the research and educational activities alike. So the transition area, which is connected to the core area by the buffer zone, encompasses human activities within Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve, including the human settlement, commerce, and recreation. Penang Island is famous for its tourism activities, and because of its rich in heritage, rich in history, and as well as famous in its technology. So therefore, it is necessity for us, in order to enjoy for future, in the coming generations, we need to ensure that the conservations balance with economic development and as well as industrial development. So with this recognition, we are confident to continue fostering a harmonious relationship between man and nature in line with sustainable development, economic development. We also look forward to carry out interdisciplinary activities, particularly research work, as well as engage in knowledge sharing with the members of the World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Thank you once again, and we will continue to support the goals of Man and Biosphere program.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and congratulations to everyone. Thank you. Now I yield the floor back to Noelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before that, there is a message
Now-
in the chat.
We are moving
The Secretary
Side,
General of
side.
the Ministry
There's
of Energy and Natural Resources from Malaysia would like to say a few words.
Okay, so Malaysia wants to take the floor.
Yes, yes, please.
Malaysia, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm speaking on behalf of the Secretary General of the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, Malaysia. First and foremost, on behalf of the Government of Malaysia, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to be here today. Despite the limitations and challenges in organizing a hybrid meeting, the Secretariat continues to show commitment in realizing this meeting. Malaysia is honored to receive the recognition in this Man and Biosphere program. The first recognition in Malaysia is the Tasik Chini Biosphere Reserve in Pahang, with an area of 6,923 hectares, was listed as the first MAB site in Malaysia in 2009. Tasik Chini is the second largest freshwater lake in Peninsular Malaysia and consists of a series of 12 lakes with indigenous peoples inhabit around the lake. In 2014, Croker Range in Sabah, with an area of 350,584 hectares, was listed as the second MAB site. The Croker Range is the largest site terrestrial park in Malaysia and serves as a habitat for endangered animals such as the orangutans, sun bears, and clouded leopards. Mr. Chair, Malaysia is very pleased and thankful that this meeting has accepted and recognized Penang Hill as the third Biosphere Reserve site under the Man and Biosphere program. This reserve is unique as it is located on the island. The reserve will cover 25% of the island with an area spanning over 12,441 hectares, including 6 permanent forest reserves, including 2 dams. It is also the second recognition received by Penang from UNESCO after the Georgetown UNESCO World Heritage Site on 7th of July 2008. Penang Hill Biosphere Reserve serves as a central green lung to Penang Hill, where sustainable economic activities facilitate conservation efforts and vice versa. It encompasses of 3 major ecosystems, which are terrestrial, marine, and coastal. So far, historical records and the latest biodiversity assessment of Penang lists 2,456 plant species from 206 families in the proposed Biosphere Reserve, of which around 20 species are on the IUCN Red List. 4 species are listed as critical endangered. Endemic and unendangered fauna in Biosphere Reserve includes marine species such as sea turtles and Shonia arawadi, dolphins, and terrestrial species such as pangolins, slow lories, the endemic Penang Island rock gecko, and many others. In this regard, I would also like to thank the UNESCO Secretariat and the Advisory Committee for Biosphere Reserves, including all parties involved at the domestic level in the nomination process for the strong support and hard work. In conclusion, Malaysia is honored to receive this recognition and will continue our commitment in ensuring that our Biosphere Reserve under the MAB program are managed efficiently and responsibly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Once again, congratulations and our warm greetings to His Excellency. Thank you, Malaysia. If we are through with Malaysia, I now yield the floor to Noelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we are going in site, which is in the boundary of Europe and Asia. Uvs Lake Depression proposal comes from Mongolia and Russian Federation, and it's a proposal for a joint transboundary from Mongolia and the Russian Federation. The proposed transboundary biosphere reserve links the two existing biosphere reserves designated in 1997. Please play the video. Thank you. May you have the recommendation, please? Thank you very much. So this is the recommendation of the Bureau to the Council for the proposal of the Transboundary Biosphere Reserve, Uvs Lake Depression. The Bureau welcomed this joint transboundary proposal from Mongolia and the Russian Federation. The Bureau commended the national authorities for the high quality of their proposal and for participatory nature of the joint nomination process, and acknowledged the long-term efforts of both countries to promote and foster transboundary nature conservation. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved. The Bureau further encouraged the Mongolian and Russian authorities to develop and implement activities to enhance the fulfillment of development function of the proposed Transboundary Biosphere Reserve.
Thank you, Noeline. Will any member of the Council want to take the floor?
Mr. Chair, I have not seen any hands raised up until
If no hand is raised, is then approved. And I'll give the floor to representative of Mongolia or the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. My name is Boltsaikhan Sambo. I'm the Secretary General of the Mongolian National Commission for UNESCO. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the Secretariat of the MA program, the International Advisory Committee of Biosphere Reserves, and the International Coordination Council of the MAD program for organizing this meeting and giving us an opportunity to deliver a speech. I would also like to congratulate Nigeria for hosting this important meeting in your beautiful country. Also, I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Miguel Glusner-Gott, Secretary of Man and Biosphere Program, for his continuous collaboration in implementing the MOB program successfully in Mongolia. Also, I would like to express my thanks to the Ministry of Environment and Tourism of Mongolia, the Ministry of the Natural Resources and Ecology of the Russian Federation, and the WWF office, country offices in both Mongolia and Russia. Moreover, I want to express my appreciation to all the other national and local organizations of both Russia and Mongolia, who tirelessly worked on preparing the documents and followed the valuable recommendations of the MAP Secretariat and the Advisory Committee. Without the effort, hard work, and commitment of all these parties, we would not have achieved today's success. Now, the Ops Lake Depression is an essential habitat for globally threatened wild animals, such as the snow leopard, Argal sheep, and the Siberian ibex. It has a large range of ecosystems with a number of endemic plants, and it has been used for nomadic pastoralism for thousands of years. Ops Lake itself is an important habitat for waterfowl and birds migrating from Siberia. And this unique area is located across the border between Mongolia and Russia. As neighboring countries, Mongolia and Russia have a long tradition of developing cooperation in all fields, including politics, society, economy, and the environment. In 1994, government of Mongolia and the Russian Federation signed an agreement on cooperating in the environmental sector. Since then, the environmental conservation related joint activities between the countries have been strengthened. The Mongolian and Russian protected areas surrounding the Ops Lake were initially designated as two separate biosphere reserves in each country. In 2011, a transboundary protected area, the Ops Lake Depression, was established according to the agreement between the two countries. Subsequently, a joint commission of representatives from both countries for this area was also established. In 2017, the Joint Commission decided to establish a Transboundary Biosphere Reserve based on the existing transboundary protected area to strengthen cooperation between both parties and to enhance the biodiversity conservation management and adaptation to climate change in the transboundary areas. The recommendation to nominate the Ops Lake Depression Transboundary Protected Area for the Transboundary Biosphere Reserve was reflected in the joint management of this area. Following this recommendation, a working group was established in each country with an aim to prepare the joint nomination dossier in 2019. The Joint Commission organizes annual meetings in both countries rotationally and discusses the Ops Lake Depression Transboundary Protected Areas Management Plan and its implementation process. This Joint Commission will be responsible for the management of our newly designated Transboundary Biosphere Reserve. It will also implement the Joint Management Plan by taking the recommendations of the Advisory Committee into consideration. As recommended by the International Advisory Committee of Biosphere Reserves, both countries will take joint actions on the development and implementation of activities on strengthening the nomadic ways of life and the integration of pastoralism to enhance the fulfillment of the development function of the proposed Transboundary Biosphere Reserve. Finally, I would like to thank once again the MAP Secretariat, the International Coordination Council, and the International Advisory Committee for your great collaboration and the excellent advice given on this joint nomination. We wish to extend to you all our heartfelt gratitude for making this happen. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, SG.com, Mongolia. Manuel, would somebody else want to take the floor?
Yes, Mr. Valery Nerenov from Russia would like to take the floor, Chair.
Valerie, You have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you, dear Chair and dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to express my thanks for very nice presentation made by Mr. Boltzeichen. It was very comprehensive and open good perspectives for our future collaboration. Russian Federation and Mongolia has long-term cooperation in Ups-Nur Depression. But just now, when Transboundary Reserve will be established, it will even more attractive for international research, for more tourists will come to this area. And this area is really unique in the world because it has full spectrum of ecosystems from extreme desert up to glaciers. So I would like to mention one detail. During January 20, we had meeting in Moscow, particularly to make plan for 50 years anniversary of Man Biosphere program, which I congratulate everybody. And we decided together with our Mongolian colleagues to make some more biosphere reserve, in particular transboundary bioreserve, to celebrate this anniversary. So I am very pleased. And after approval of this transboundary reserve, it is the second nation continent between Russia and Kazakhstan and between Russia and Mongolia. And we will very, very close cooperate and particularly pay special attention, mention and recommendations for full development of both sides, which has quite many cluster units and our direct contacts between scientists, managers, and tourists will be developed. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Valerie. And I think this is highly commendable. Having the third transcontinental biosphere reserve is no means a small feat, and it's worth us to really celebrate this. If no one else is taking the floor, I request that we give this resounding applause. Thank you. With that, I yield the floor to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are remaining in the Russian Federation with the next one, Kuznetski Alatau proposal. Thank you. May I have the recommendation, please, for Kuznetski Alatau proposal? Thank you. Kuznetski Alatau. The Bureau welcomed the detailed nomination proposal and highlighted the involvement of indigenous peoples among the governing bodies. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Manuel, will any member of the Council want to take the floor?
I don't see any hands raised except for Mr. Valery Neronov.
If no one is asking for the floor, then it's approved. My big brother, Valery, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to mention that in Russian Federation, Kuznetski Alatau will be 48th Biosphere Reserve. And it's particularly very important for us because it's situated in ancient part of Russia. It has huge number of very high mountains, up to 4,000 meters, have some unique animals and some other aspects. And it will be a good addition for renovated world network of mountain biosphere reserves. Using some discussions yesterday, I would like to mention that this particular network of mountain biosphere reserve was established under decision of first International Council in 1971. I'm very pleased that we'll renovate this one and we'll add with Kuznetski Alatau not only to East Asian Biosphere Reserve Network, but also to World Network of Mountains. Thank you very much to experts of Advisory Committee and our experts who support this nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Once again, congratulations. With that, I yield the floor to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We remain in Russian Federation and in a mountainous ecosystem with the proposal of mountain Great Bogdo. Thank you. May we have the recommendation, please, for Mountain Great Bogdo? Thank you. Mountain Great Bogdo, Russian Federation. The Bureau welcomed this proposal based on the additional information submitted by the Russian authorities on the draft management plan policy and how it was designed in a participatory manner, as well as the clarification regarding the exact size of the human population. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Manuel, would anyone want to have the floor from the council members?
No, Mr. Chair, no one has requested the floor.
If there's none, then it's approved. Mr. Valeri, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just now, it is absolutely different biosphere reserve. It is situated in Asia, in the European part of Russia, and I am very pleased that this biosphere reserve will be included in European network of biosphere reserve as the most arid one. The famous lakes Baskunchak, full of salt, and some other, and it's very important mountain, Great Bogdo, which is only 150 meters above sea level, but it's so important that many pilgrims and Buddhists coming to this area each year. And I hope after approval of this biosphere reserve, flow of tourists will increase and will help the local people to improve some livelihood. Thank you very much for everybody who support this nomination and will take care about this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Valeri, and once again, congratulations. With that, I return the floor to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we are continuing our journey and we move to Asia with a proposal from Thailand, Doi Chiang Dao. Thank you. May we have the recommendation, please? Thank you. Doi Chiang Dao proposal was welcomed by the Bureau. The Bureau commended the national authorities on this nomination and recommended that the site be approved. According to the nomination dossier, the expansion of the Chiang Dao Wildlife Sanctuary in the western end of the buffer zone is underway. The Bureau therefore recommended that the zonation of the site be adapted accordingly once the expansion is finalized.
Manuel, will anyone want to take the floor?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised from any member of the council.
If no hand is raised, then it's approved. Thailand, will you want to take the floor?
Mr. Chairman, ICC member and member state, on behalf of the Thailand government, our permanent secretary of the Ministry of the Natural Resources and Environment, and the chair of the Thailand Map Committee, Mr. Jatuporn Burutpat, he will deliver his message to the floor. May I ask the secretary to share his clip to the floor, please?
Vietnam has sent a video and we're going to screen it now.
Okay, thank you.
Dear Secretary, please. Excuse me.
Please just hold on. We're looking for the video.
Yes, please. We have sent the video to the secretary. Could you please share his message to the floor, please?
Where? You get the video soon.
Okay. Could you allow us to share the screen from our side? We can.
Manuel?
Yeah, we can share. No, that's not that one. From Thailand, please.
We cannot locate the video. If you want to share the screen from your side.
Okay, we can share the screen from our side. Yeah. Wait a moment.
Then go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Could you please enable the screen sharing, please?
Manuel?
No, we can. Yeah.
The Paris is handling the screen sharing from Thailand.
Okay, thank you. Please just give us some few minutes. That will be sorted out. Thank you. I'm afraid we're having difficulties in sharing the video. I wouldn't know whether you have any other message to give. Thailand.
Is it possible to enable the screen sharing? Could you try again, please?
Can we, or anyone in Paris, can that?
We're
can I
having
yield the floor?
technical.
The sharing.
Yeah, we're having technical problems to allow them to share the video. Perhaps we can continue and share the video afterwards, or wait a little more.
We may have to wait. What have we done with our own copy here? Let Noeline have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been informed by our colleagues in Paris that Thailand is free to share the screen. There is no thing that prevents you to share the screen from our end. So if you can please try to share your screen.
Yeah, we have tried to share our screen, but it said it's disabled to from the by the host. Most disabled participant screen sharing.
Excuse me, I have the video from Paris. I'm Sima. I can share it if you want.
Okay, yes, please.
Is it okay? Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Thank
you.
Only you want to go back to Paris?
Yes, so Sima will share the video. Thank you, Sima. Please share the video.
Do you see it?
Not yet.
Yes.
Do you see it?
See it now. We can see it now.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I launched the video.
Thank you, Sima. Can you check the volume?
I try again. Montre-moi.
Dispute our difficult time during the COVID-19. We have put our utmost effort to conserve and restore our natural resources as well as to promote harmonization between nature and people. Under UNESCO, our achievement this year include the inscription of Katon-Karagay National Park as the World Heritage. Lastly, Thailand can ensure that we will continue work tirelessly to maintain our existing biosphere reserve site as well as nominate other significant areas to be included in the World Network and hope to receive continued support from Council members and all member states. Once again, I would like to express my humble gratitude and appreciation to Council members and member states, and looking forward to welcome you all to visit Doi Chiang Dao and Thailand. Thank you. Sawadee.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and the entire good people of Thailand. Once again, congratulations to everyone. I yield the floor back to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we are moving to another country in the Asia region, Vietnam, with the proposal from Nui Chua. Nui Chua proposal, Vietnam. Thank you. Nui Chua proposal was welcomed by the Bureau, which commended the national authorities for this nomination and recommended that the site be approved. Due to the significant increase of the number of visitors, the Bureau recommended that the authorities assess the tourism carrying capacity in the core areas and to develop necessary measures to ensure the sustainability of tourism activities.
Manuel, will any member of the council want to have the floor?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any requests for the floor.
If there's none, then it's approved. And I invite Mr. Terran van Tep, Director of Nui Chua National Park, to take the floor. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Vietnam has sent a video, and this one we have it in hand.
Thank you. You can share it.
Dear honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to the 33rd meeting of the International Coordinating Council for the Human and Biosphere Program about biosphere areas in the world. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Trần Văn Tiếp. I am the standing vice chairman of Nui Chua Biosphere Reserve, Ninh Thuận Province, Vietnam. Today, as the representative of Nui Chua Biosphere Reserve, I am honored and sincerely thank to MAB ICC for the recognition and approval to Nui Chua Biosphere Reserve. Nui Chua Biosphere Reserve is located in the central region of Vietnam, with a total area of over 100,000 hectares, with the core area being Nui Chua National Park, is the only standard sample of the typical and unique dry forest ecosystem of Vietnam and Southeast Asia. The forest ecosystem in the non-nation area is of special value because it belongs to the Transboundary ecoregion. Is one of 200 important ecological regions globally and has been selected as one of the highest priority conservation area of all. On major habitat type on Earth. In addition, Nui Chua Biosphere Reserve also contains a treasure of rich and unique cultural heritage with many outstanding features of the tangible and intangible cultural values of the ethnic minority who are living here. From 2018 up to now, with the effort of Nui Chua Biosphere Reserve Management Board and the support of MEB Vietnam, UNESCO Vietnam has built a set of nomination documents and it is recognized as a biosphere reserve today. After being recognized, we commit to strictly implement in the regulation of UNESCO to ensure the criteria and function of a biosphere reserve harmonious association between conservation of natural and cultural reserve with the socio-economic development. In the coming time, we will try our best and learn from the experience of the other Vietnam Biosphere Reserve to perform well the task. Once again, thank you to MAB ICC, MAB Vietnam, UNESCO Vietnam, and all participants. On behalf of the Management Board of Nui Chua Biosphere Reserve, I wish you all good health and a successful meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director Nui Chua National Park. Congratulations once again to the entire Vietnam. I yield the floor back to Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We remain in Vietnam with the next proposal, Kon Ha Nung proposal. Kon Ha Nung proposal. May we have the recommendation, please? Thank you. Kon Ha Nung. The Bureau welcomed this proposal and commended the national authorities of this nomination and recommended that the site be approved. Due to the significant increase of the number of visitors, the Bureau recommended that the authorities assess the tourism carrying capacity in the core areas and to develop necessary measures to ensure the sustainability of tourism activities.
Thank you, Nguyen. Manuel, will any member of the council want to take the floor?
No hands raised, Mr. Chair.
If there's no hands raised, then it's approved. Alan, they want to share a video with us?
Yes,
Please go ahead.
Vietnam has shared also a video of this. We'll share it now.
Kính thưa Hội đồng điều phối quốc tế chương trình Con người và sinh quyền, kính thưa các quý vị khách quý, các vị lãnh đạo quốc gia, kính thưa đại diện các khu dự trữ sinh quyền, các cơ quan và tổ chức, thưa các đồng nghiệp đại diện cộng đồng quốc tế và bạn bè đại diện các cơ quan thông tấn báo chí, thưa quý vị.
Your Excellency, the International Coordinating Council of the Man and the Biosphere Program, Your Excellency, distinguished party and state leaders, distinguished representatives from the Biosphere Reserves, agencies and organizations, colleagues from the international community and from the media, ladies and gentlemen.
Hôm nay, với tư cách là đại diện khu dự trữ sinh quyền cao nguyên Kon Ha Nung của Việt Nam, tôi rất vinh dự được thay mặt Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh Gia Lai gửi lời cảm ơn chân thành tới Hội đồng điều phối quốc tế chương trình Con người và sinh quyền về các khu dự trữ sinh quyền thế giới vì sự công nhận dành cho khu dự trữ sinh quyền Kon Ha Nung.
Today, as the representative of Kon Ha Nung Highlands Biosphere Reserve of Vietnam, I am honored to extend my sincere thanks on behalf of Gia Lai Province's People's Committee to MAB ICC for the recognition of Kon Ha Nung Biosphere Reserve.
Khu dự trữ sinh quyền Kon Ha Nung với tổng diện tích là 413.511,67 ha, gồm hai vùng lõi là vườn quốc gia Kon Ca Kinh và khu bảo tồn thiên nhiên Kon Cha Đăng, có hệ sinh thái rừng kín thường xanh, mưa ẩm á, nhiệt đới, núi trung bình, còn tương đối nguyên vẹn, có tính đa dạng sinh học cao, đặc trưng cho hệ sinh thái rừng, hệ thực vật rừng và hệ động vật rừng của khu vực Tây Nguyên. Khu dự trữ sinh quyền này cũng có vai trò quan trọng trong việc phát triển kinh tế xã hội và duy trì sự cân bằng sinh thái của không chỉ của khu vực Tây Nguyên và mà cả khu vực Trung Bộ và Đông Nam Bộ của Việt Nam.
Kon Ha Nung Highlands Biosphere Reserve, with a total area of over 400,000 hectares, includes two core areas, Kon Ka King National Park and Kon Chirang Nature Reserve. The BR has the ecosystem of evergreen close subtropical moist forests on medium mountains, which is still relatively intact, with a high biodiversity, typical of the forest ecosystem, forest flora and fauna of the Central Highlands. The BR plays an important role in socio-economic development and maintaining the ecological balance of not only the Central Highlands but also the Central and Southeast regions of Vietnam.
Khu dự trữ sinh quyển của chúng tôi cũng chứa đựng kho tàng di sản văn hóa phong phú và đặc sắc với nhiều đặc trưng nổi bật về các giá trị văn hóa vật thể, phi vật thể của cộng đồng các dân tộc thiểu số đang sinh sống tại đây.
Our BR also contains a rich and unique cultural heritage treasure with many outstanding features of tangible and intangible cultural values of ethnic minority communities living there.
Sau khi được công nhận, Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh Gia Lai cam kết thực hiện nghiêm túc các quy định của UNESCO nhằm đảm bảo các tiêu chí và chức năng của một khu dự trữ sinh quyển, biến khu dự trữ sinh quyển Kon Ha Nung thành mô hình phát triển kinh tế, xã hội bền vững của địa phương, kết nối hài hòa giữa bảo tồn đa dạng sinh học với giữ gìn bản sắc văn hóa các dân tộc, giữa phát triển kinh tế với bảo vệ môi trường, sử dụng hợp lý tài nguyên, nâng cao chất lượng cuộc sống, giáo dục và nghiên cứu khoa học.
Since the BR was recognized, Gia Lai Province's People's Committee has committed to strictly complying with UNESCO's regulation to meet the criteria for a BR and implement its functions, turning Kon Ha Nung Biosphere Reserve into a model of sustainable socio-economic development, locally harmonizing biodiversity conservation with preservation of ethnic cultural identities, economic development with environmental protection, promoting rational use of resources and scientific research, improving the quality of life, education, etc.
Cùng với mạng lưới khu dự trữ sinh quyền của Việt Nam, chúng tôi hy vọng các khu vực được UNESCO công nhận sẽ là những phòng thí nghiệm học tập, tìm kiếm và cung cấp các giải pháp giải quyết những thách thức quan trọng mà thế giới đang phải đối mặt. Đó là cân bằng giữa phát triển kinh tế xã hội và giải quyết các mối đe dọa toàn cầu đang hiện hữu như nghèo đói, dịch bệnh, khai thác quá mức tài nguyên thiên nhiên, suy thoái môi trường và các tác động của biến đổi khí hậu.
Together with Vietnam's network of biosphere reserves, we hope that the BRs recognized by UNESCO around the world will be laboratory that seek and provide solutions to the major challenges facing the world. Therefore, balancing socio-economic development and addressing of existing global threats such as poverty, epidemics, overexploitation of natural resources, environmental degradation, and environmental impacts of climate change.
Cuối cùng, tôi xin thay mặt lãnh đạo Ủy ban nhân dân tỉnh Gia Lai kính chúc các quý vị sức khỏe, chúc kỳ họp thành công tốt đẹp.
Finally, on behalf of the leaders of Gia Lai Province People's Committee, I wish you all good health and a successful meeting.
Thank you, Manuel.
We also have the hands raised from Mr. Huang Tri Nguyen.
Okay, before then, let me appreciate Mr. Nguyen, the Vice Chairman of Jalia People Committee of Vietnam. Thank you for that kind words on the approval of the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much for Mr. Chow. On behalf of our MAP National Committee and UNESCO, we would like to thank Secretariat and also the ICC member and also that advisory committee and bureau. I think that very important. Vietnam has nominated and designated two biosphere reserves approved by UNESCO this time. Thank you very much for our activity in terms of sustainable development in our network, national network of biosphere reserve, now 11 biosphere reserve already, and we contribute to the socio-economic development of the country, and also the contribution to sustainable development of the country. And also, I think a very good of the example for our network for contribution for not only for conservation but also that development, that sustainable development. We hope that our network should be that successful activity to contribute to our world network of biosphere reserve. Thank you very much again, and so thank you.
Thank you too, and once again, congratulations to Vietnam. With that, I turn the floor back to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we move to Kazakhstan with the proposal from Kolsay Kolderi. Thank you. May we have the recommendation, please? Thank you. Kolsay Kolderi. The Bureau welcomed this proposal and commended the national authorities for this nomination and recommended that the site be approved. Yeah.
I didn't get that.
Let's just stop at the site be approved. Yes. Sorry. There is some discrepancies in the text, so I will just read the part of the recommendation which is right. So for Kolsay Kolderi, the Bureau welcomed this proposal and commended the national authorities for this nomination and recommended that the site be approved.
Will any member of the Council want to take the floor?
I do not see any hands raised.
If there's
Kazakhstan has the hands raised, sorry.
No, Victoria?
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay.
Dear Chair, dear Bureau,
Victoria, just hold on.
distinguished colleagues, first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone on the 50th anniversary of UNESCO program. Dear Chair, can you hear me? No one can hear me. Someone switched off my voice.
We can hear you.
Oh, all right.
We can hear you. We can hear you, but the chair seems to be busy with something else.
Okay. Dear Chair, dear Bureau members and distinguished delegates, first of all, I would like to congratulate everyone on the 50th anniversary of UNESCO program Man and the Biosphere. A great deal already been done and a bright future awaits us. All of us contribute to the preservation of nature for future generations and harmonization of relationship between people and nature, as well as sustainable development of the UNESCO World Network of Biosphere Reserves. I would like to express my cordial thanks to the Bureau members, the expert community, and to all who involved in the process of preparing the Kazakhstan nomination for the UNESCO World Biosphere Reserves Network. This great work was done during the COVID-19 period, and the nomination was approved. Recognition of the importance of Kazakhstan's natural territories at the international level is a great honor for each person in Kazakhstan. From now on, there are 13 biosphere reserves in Kazakhstan. We are proud of this result and pledge to make every effort to prepare new nominations that could become part of the UNESCO World Network of Biosphere Reserves, Man and the Biosphere. I would like to thank you for your attention and look forward to the sustained cooperation of all countries in achieving the goals of sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague Victoria, and congratulations to Kazakhstan once again. With that, I return the floor back to Noeli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we move to Uzbekistan for the Lower Amudarya State proposal. Thank you. May we have the recommendation, please? Thank you. The Bureau welcomed this proposal. Based on the recommendations of the 27th meeting of the Advisory Committee, the MAP Bureau examined the additional information sent by the authorities. A revised map clarifying the core area and buffer zone, and information on the density of the population in the buffer zone. As the information received was satisfactory, the Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Madam Noelin. Will anyone from the Council want to take the floor? If there's none, then it's approved. I now invite the Head of Department for the Coordination of Science, Ecological Education, and Recreational Activities in Protected Area from Uzbekistan to take the floor.
Good day, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So, good day to the chairman and the other members of ICC and other participants of this meeting. It's honored for me to participate in this great meeting and to present our first national biosphere reserve of Uzbekistan, which name is Amudarya State Biosphere Reserve, which was nominated in 2020, in the end of 2020. So this biosphere reserve was established in Uzbekistan in 2011 by resolution of Cabinet of Ministry of Uzbekistan, and it's located in the Republic of Karakalpakstan in Amudarya and Biruni districts. The goal of the Biosphere Reserve is to conserve the Tugay forests, the total area which has decreased over 10 times in the last 100 years, alongside with its flora and fauna. Tugay is a type of riparian forests along perennial streams in Central Asia. They provide important habitat for objects of flora and fauna and contain the highest biodiversity in the desert regions of Central Asia. A total of 638 plant species belonging to 304 genera and 75 families live being identified in the Amudarya region. The vegetation in the floodplain of the Amudarya is represented by Tugay, aquatic, semi-aquatic, saline, and desert types of plants. The Tugay biome is one of the richest habitats in the region. This biome has favorable conditions for the habitation of a diverse fauna. 11 fish, 2 reptiles, 15 birds, and 2 mammals are included in the Red Data Book of Uzbekistan, and 1 fish, 6 birds, and 2 mammals in the IUCN Red List. One of the flagship species of Tugay ecosystems is Bukhara red deer, a subspecies endemic to Asia, recently recognized by IUCN as a subspecies of Tarim red deer, which also includes small populations in India and China. The water area of Amudarya is biome that plays an important role in the development of flora and fauna. In terms of conservation of cultural diversity, 6 tangible heritage sites of national significance are located on or adjacent to the territory of Biosphere Reserve, 5 architectural and archaeological monuments, and 1 monument of history and religion. The proposed Biosphere Reserve has the status of a protected area and conformity with the law of the Republic of Uzbekistan on protected area. In the order to serve the 3 functions of Biosphere Reserve, Amudarya consists of core zones, buffer, and transition zones. All total area of Biosphere Reserve is 68,000 hectares, consisting of areas allocated to the Biosphere Reserve for permanent use and areas included in the Biosphere Reserve belonging to other legal entities and individuals. Of the total territory of Biosphere Reserve, 16.8% belong to core areas, which is appropriate to serve conservation function. 9.8% belong to the buffer zone, and 73.4% to transition zones. So the national status of a protected area ensures the fulfillment of all its functions by the Biosphere Reserve in the long time. Changes in the size and borders of the entire territory or individual zones of the Biosphere Reserve can be made by the decision of the Cabinet of Ministries of Uzbekistan. So in the end of my speech, I want to say that on behalf of the government of Uzbekistan, I'd like to underline that we would much appropriate that Lauca Amudarya Biosphere Reserve will be part of the world network of Biosphere Reserves. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam Sagia Kimtova, and congratulations to the government and good people of Uzbekistan. Congratulations. With that, I return the floor back to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we are moving to another region of the world, in the Arabic region, and I am very happy to introduce to you the first ever proposal from Saudi Arabia, the Juzur Farasan or Farasan Island proposal. It's the first time that Saudi Arabia submitted a proposal, and we should really be grateful for them for their interest to the program. Thank you. You can play the video. Thank you very much. May we have the recommendation, please, for Farasan Islands? The Bureau members welcomed the first nomination dossier from Saudi Arabia. They praised the quality of the various sections of the nomination dossier and the comprehensiveness and richness of the information presented. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Manuel, will any member of the council want to take the floor?
I don't see any raised hands, Mr. Chair.
Then we go to the Saudi. Before then, the site is approved. Don't mind me, I'm too excited that Saudi Arabia is coming on board, and I can't wait to hear the response from the Saudi representative. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
I can hear you very clearly. I'm excited to hear you.
Thank you, thank you. Firstly, I would like to thank the Federal Republic of Nigeria for hosting and organizing the meeting of the 33rd session of the International Coordinating Council of the Man and the Biosphere Program successfully, and would like to congratulate all member states that had their national reserves join the MAP network. I would like to thank the Council for approving the proposal of Farasan Island Reserve to be part of the most esteemed world network of biosphere reserves. Saudi Arabia is sincerely thrilled that the Farasan Islands Reserve has joined this international network as the first Saudi reserve on the network of the Man and Biosphere Program, which is a testimony to its unique biological and environmental diversity. The local community played and still plays a key role in the coexistence with its environmental and biological and cultural diversity, and will keep playing that role to preserve it for many years to come. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has strengthened the role of the local community in the sustainability of Farasan's environmental and biological resources by recognizing Farasan Islands as a natural reserve since 1996 and has been under protection since 1988. I take this opportunity to thank the Saudi Center for Wildlife and Saudi Heritage Preservation Society, an NGO dedicated to preserving heritage in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for their outstanding work on the nomination of Farasan Islands that resulted in the advisory committee members to praise the quality of the nomination dossier and the comprehensiveness and richness of the information presented. With that said, I would like to sincerely thank the advisory committee for their dedication and commitment to the MAP program. In conclusion, I express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all of you, with our best wishes for the success of the Man and the Biosphere program and its continuation in preserving the biological diversity of our planet and achieving environmental sustainability. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Representative of Saudi Arabia. And you are welcome to the network of Man and Biosphere Network. And once again, congratulations to the good people of Saudi Arabia. Thank you. With that, I yield the floor back to Noeli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We remain in the Arab region, and again, it is the first ever nomination dossier from a country, from Libya, the proposal of Ashaafea. So if you may have the video, and we are very happy to show this proposal to you. Thank you. The Bureau welcomed the first nomination dossier from Libya. The Bureau commended the authorities on the composition of the steering committee, which will be responsible for the future management of the Biosphere Reserve, highlighting the broad scope of members representing all stakeholders and local communities, and recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Manuel, will any member of the council want to take the floor?
I don't see any member of the council with their hands raised, Mr. Chair.
If there is none, then it's approved. I now invite Libyan representative to take the floor.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, this is Mr. Osama Abdul Hadi from the Libyan National Commission for UNESCO. I am presenting the committee of the MAP in Libya and the working group who nominated the Ashaafea Reservoir for UNESCO Man and Biosphere program. We thank all the CC committee on their nomination, and we accept that, and we look forward to be part of the MAP network in on the national level and regional level. And also we are looking forward for more cooperation and work together with the MAP Biosphere Reservoirs around the region to develop our plan, national plan, and to fulfill the recommendation and the requirements that the CCT applied. And in behalf of the President of the Libyan National Commission and the Secretariat General and the MAP National Committee, our sincere thankful for Cairo office, UNESCO Cairo office, and all the experts and academia who help us out on this nomination. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Osama, and congratulations to the President of the NATCOM, the SG NATCOM, and the good people of Libya. You're welcome to the network, and once again, congratulations. With that, I yield the floor back to Noelin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we are moving to Africa with also a first ever proposal from Lesotho for the Matsang area. Please. Thank you. Matsang in Lesotho. The Bureau welcomed this first proposal from Lesotho. The Bureau complimented the authorities on their well-prepared integrated management plan and noted with satisfaction that it shall foster socio-cultural and ecologically sustainable forms of economic, human, and conservation development. The Bureau recommended that the proposed biosphere reserve be approved.
Thank you, Noelin. Manuel, will any member of the council want to take the floor?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised.
If there's none, then it's approved. I then invite Madam Mutabotabo, Lesotho MAP Committee Chairperson. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, Program Coordinator, International Coordinating Council of the Men and Biosphere, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my greatest pleasure to greet you all from the Mountain Kingdom of Lesotho. It is my honor to participate in the 33rd session of the International Coordinating Council of the Men and Biosphere Program on behalf of the government and the people of Lesotho, in particular, the communities around the proposed Matsang Biosphere Reserve, and indeed, on behalf of the Minister of Tourism, Environment and Culture, and UNESCO Lesotho, who played a vital role in ensuring that the nomination dossier has been completed. I invite you to also appreciate the work that is done by the Lesotho Men and Biosphere Committee towards filling in the nomination dossier and submission. As you may all be aware, the Biosphere Program aims at linking conservation initiatives with social and economic activities as a global solution to the challenges such as poverty, climate change, water and food security, loss of biological and cultural diversity, which are some of the challenges our country is facing. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Lesotho initiated the nomination process to nominate the first site for consideration as a UN Global Biosphere Reserve in 2013. The proposed Biosphere Reserve is an area in the Lesotho Northern Highlands, the Maluti Mountains surrounding the Sefenga National Park, and the Bokon Nature Reserve. The process of submission was, however, delayed due to lack of resources. We want to express our appreciation to the Lesotho National Commission for UNESCO for assisting this nomination process through contracting a feasibility assessment to ascertain the suitability of the proposed site. At this stage, let me also express our appreciation to the German government for the financial support towards the nomination process of our first biosphere reserve to be designated. It is worth noting that natural resources are nation's assets, which have to be incorporated in the national development. Nomination of the Matsemba Biosphere Reserve will contribute to a wider recognition and appreciation of natural and biological resources by the people of Lesotho, and thus will be incorporated in the national development plans. Ladies and gentlemen, our submission to UNESCO is very reassuring on our part to the implementation of MEP program. It gives us confidence that regardless of the hardships and challenges that we experienced during the nomination process, we are committed to explore the implementation of MEP program. This gives us confidence that indeed we made a right decision to adopt the UNESCO MEP program. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to mention that the nomination initiatives has greatly assisted in directing some focus and attention on our country towards conservation initiatives. In this era, we cannot overlook the roles that the communities have played, not only in providing information, but also in developing conservation projects to reduce the pressure on the resources within the core areas. We are grateful once more to note that Matsemba Biosphere Reserve has been recommended for nomination in the list of global biosphere reserves. We have learned that in order to implement the MEP program, governments have to make commitments to support or fund the program. This, of course, is a worthwhile establishment which our country should also associate itself with. Let me also express our appreciation to the different experts who have assisted from regional office far and wide towards our nomination process. Once more, as member country of UNESCO, we realize that the designation of sites as biosphere reserve are truly bearing fruits, and we have all the hope that our status in the designation of our sites as biosphere reserve is bound to improve in the management and all its spheres of competences. We are all very appreciative of the efforts by some countries which already have biosphere reserves and implementing the international and national MEP strategies and action plans. We are hopeful that this will be a baseline learning experience for implementing the MEP program in Lesotho. May I, at this point, thank everybody who contributed into our nomination dossier for submission. I thank you. Khoto, Pula, Nala, peace, reign, prosperity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, congratulations to the good people of Lesotho. And you're welcome to the big family of MAP Network. Congratulations.
Mr. Chair, the German delegation has requested the floor.
German delegation, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Germany was just mentioned, I would like to take the chance to congratulate on behalf of the German Commission for UNESCO our colleagues in Lesotho to this achievement. Thanks to the financial support of the General Ministry for the Environment and the support of the Federal Agency for Nature Conservation, the German Commission for UNESCO was able to support and cooperate with our colleagues in Lesotho over the past years. And we are delighted and happy together with you, dear colleagues, about the recognition today. Congratulations, all the best, and to hopefully continue successful cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jamnin, and let me use the opportunity again to appreciate the government of Germany again for various interventions, particularly in the area of technical support that you've been giving to most countries. And we hope that you will do more in years to come. Thank you. With that, I yield the floor back to Noelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After these 3 new countries joining the World Network of Biosphere Reserves, I have the pleasure now to present to you a proposal, a transboundary proposal submitted by 5 countries. And it's the first time that we have 5 countries submitting a transboundary. Those countries are in Europe: Austria, Croatia, Hungary, Serbia, and Slovenia, and they submitted the transboundary biosphere reserve proposal of Mura-Drava-Danube. Please play the video. Thank you. Thank you. Mura-Drava-Danube proposal. The Bureau welcomes this transboundary biosphere reserve, the first to connect 5 countries, which objective is the conservation, restoration, and wise use of the Mura-Drava and Danube rivers and their ecosystems. The Bureau noted with satisfaction that with respect to the historic dimensions of the region, the proposed transboundary biosphere reserve is also designed to build bridges between people and nature. Multiculturality is also a unique value of the proposed TBR-MDD, which as the world's first 5-country biosphere reserve would function as a symbol of unity. The Bureau welcomes the comprehensive proposal for a 5-country transboundary biosphere reserve and recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Madam Noeline. Manuel, will any member of the Council want to have the floor?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised.
If there's none, then the site is approved.
Mr. Chair, Austria has the video.
Dov'è che stiamo registrando? Nel mio?
Hello? Who's having the floor? Manuel?
We have
Però io c'ho scritto registrazione in corso. No.
Video recorded.
Good, okay. Oh, Mr. Günther.
Is it
you have the
working
floor.
now? That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Well, in this wonderful moment, I would like to emphasize that as the only ICC member of the 5 countries involved, I am not speaking only for Austria, but all 5 countries involved in the establishment of these new transboundary biosphere reserves, namely Slovenia, Croatia, Hungary, Serbia, and Austria. What most of you probably don't know is that the world's first 5-country biosphere reserve has a very long and eventful history with a considerable number of ups and downs. The first idea to protect this unique 700 kilometers long river ecosystem, also called the Amazon of Europe, emerged in the early 1990s. It is almost unbelievable that after 30 years of painstaking work, the TBR-MDD has come true today. Many people have worked with great enthusiasm to realize the dreams of a joint 5-country biosphere reserve, and I would like to thank all those who have contributed to this magnificent success. Furthermore, I would like also to thank also the MAP Secretariat for its support and the members of the International Advisory Committee for the World Network of Biosphere Reserves for their wise decision and their advice for the future joint implementation of this transboundary biosphere reserve in the 5 countries. The TBR-MDD is certainly a prime example of how concern for one's own habitat and shared nature conservation goals are an effective means of getting people to cooperate across political national borders. Of course, the 5-country biosphere reserve is only at the beginning of its way, and there will be certainly coming challenges in the coming years, which can only be solved jointly. However, I am strongly convinced that the new 5-country biosphere reserve will remain what it is already today, namely an outstanding example of intergovernmental cooperation in the sector of nature conservation and sustainable development sector, and thus a lighthouse project, not only for the MAP program, but for the entire UNESCO. Finally, once again, most sincere thanks to all those who have contributed to the realization of the TBR and make this wonderful day possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend and brother Gunther.
Mr. Chair, Hungary has also requested for...
Hungary, you have the floor.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates to the MEB ICC, it's my honor to say a few words on behalf of Hungary on this very special occasion. Today, a dream has come true, a dream of 5 neighboring nations to work together in harmony with each other and with nature, to set an example for a sustainable coexistence of people with nature in the frame of a biosphere reserve that extends into 5 countries, alongside 3 rivers with an extraordinarily rich natural and cultural heritage. Exactly 12 years ago, in September 2009, Croatia and Hungary signed a joint declaration on submitting their nomination for a bilateral biosphere reserve, which was approved by the ICC in 2012. The remaining pieces of this puzzle took more time to put together, but the 5 nations finally overcome all challenges. The preparations were supported by international projects, which have to establish good working relations with all stakeholders and the framework of collaboration that will be maintained for the operation of the Pentalateral Biosphere Reserve. I would like to highlight that Hungary also used the momentum of the new nomination of this Pentalateral Biosphere Reserve to extend its own contribution to the reserve by nearly 100,000 hectares with the support of more than 50 municipalities. Finally, I would like to thank all colleagues from the 5 countries who have been working so hard to achieve this joint success, as well as to the MEB ICC for recognizing our efforts and awarding the prestigious designations. I wish all our partners fruitful collaboration for a biosphere reserve that is a good place to live in for people and wildlife alike. Thank you.
Chairman of the International Coordinating Council, dear members of the UNESCO Man and Biosphere Program. It is a great pleasure for me as Austrian Minister for Agriculture, Regions and Tourism to witness the start of the first 5-country Transboundary Biosphere Reserve. This is a significant upgrading of UNESCO's world network of biosphere reserves, with a unique area for nature near tourism, recreation, sports, human well-being, and it's truly a historic moment. It is a transboundary UNESCO flagship project of cooperation and joint understanding with global significance. Preparations already started in the early 90s, but the final success was only possible through solidarity, networking, trust, and cooperation between countries, but also patience and persistence. The enforcement of 5-country cooperation shall contribute to improve biodiversity, a better precaution of flood and drought management, and contribute to sustainable development of communities along 3 major rivers in Europe. I want to thank everyone involved and wish you all the best.
Thank you. Is that the end of the video?
But Mr. Chair, Slovenia had requested the floor and then lowered the hand. Just to confirm if Slovenia would like to say a few words.
Slovenia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also, first of all, like to thank Nigeria and the Secretariat for convening this hybrid meeting, and also the program itself for its 50th anniversary. I think it's a great achievement that on the 50th anniversary of the program, we have the first 5-country biosphere reserve, which has been approved by the ICC just now. It is a great achievement for the region that will contribute to even stronger cooperation between the countries and particularly also connect local communities, protected areas along the 3 rivers. With this recognition and approval, we can now continue our work that started, as Günther pointed out, already about 30 years ago. It has its ups and downs, as he said, but we really are very happy today to have this recognition, to achieve our first milestone, the 5-country biosphere reserve. I would like to thank all the state representatives, my colleague from the 5 countries, all the local people who also contributed at preparing the national nominations, all the scientific organizations, all the NGOs, all the individuals who are very strongly involved, not just in preparation of the nomination, but also in several projects that we already conducted in the region in preparing for this 5-country biosphere reserve and the achievement we have just reached. I think that this is a great step forward, but it's only the beginning. Now all the work needs to be continued, and I would like to thank and take the opportunity to thank particularly Miguel Kluser-Gott, who 2 years ago, no, it was 1 year, in 2020, I would say, we had a meeting of the coordination board in Slovenia, and he was really very strongly encouraging all of us, don't give up, go on, continue. This is the time, now is the moment to do it. Now you have the energy, you have the strength, you have all the knowledge, you have all the information, you prepared all the biosphere reserve in the 5 countries. Now do it, continue, and get the 5-country biosphere reserve done. And that's why this today and this opportunity is even more important for all of us. I don't want to name anybody in particular, but I would just like to thank everybody on behalf of the ministry and on behalf of Slovenia for this great achievement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Slovenia. And with that, we welcome the first 5-country Transboundary to the network. Thank you. I hope by the time we'll be celebrating 100 years of the Biosphere, we will have Transboundary that will cut across 10 countries. Thank you. With that, I yield the floor back to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We remain in Europe with Italy, with a proposal for Monte Grappa in Italy. Thank you. Monte Grappa, Italy. The Bureau welcomes this proposal of a site rich of cultural significance and examples of artistic architectural excellence. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Manuel, will any member of the Council want to take the floor? If there's none, then the site is approved. With that, I invite Italy for their comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We are grateful to the member of the Council and the International Advisory Committee for the approval of the nomination of the Monte Grappa Reserve. Italy is a proud member of the Man and Biosphere Program, which covers a crucial aspect of UNESCO action to preserve biodiversity. We are really pleased of this inscription, which is the result of a coordinated effort of the different administration, and in particular the Ministry for the Ecological Transition, which have been working over the years on this file. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I would like now give the floor to the Mrs. Annalisa Rampin, Mayor of Pieve del Grappa, who has been coordinating the municipalities within reserve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is she still having the floor? Is she still there? Your Excellency, Ambassador Ricardo, I'm afraid we're not hearing her.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Chair. We are checking if there is some problem with the connection of the May. Only 1 second more, and very sorry. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Your Excellency, we wait for 1 minute.
Posso parlare? Il video? Here I am.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Ok.
Or you speak on. We can hear you. Please go
Video
ahead.
non riusciamo? Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you all, not only for me, but also from the other 24 mayors involved and all other supporters. It's a real honor for us to become part of the great UNESCO family. This precious UNESCO recognition is an important reminder for our territory and for all the people living here. Every day, we all have to remember the reason why we have achieved it. Every day, we'll have to be good enough to work for a virtuous and sustainable balance between people and environment, between the beauty of our territory and the diligence of our institution and its productive tissue, its cultural heritage, tradition, and landscape. Monte Grappa, located in Regione Veneto, covers 66,000 hectares of land, involving 25 cities, 3 provinces, Belluno, Treviso, and Vicenza, and 180,000 citizens. Developing around a unique naturalistic and historical heritage between 2 rivers, Piave and Brenta, nominated also by Dante in his Divina Commedia, and the surrounding Piedmont and Hills area. As an institution of the territory, we are firmly active in the evolution of our socio-economic tissue, looking for the sustainability from the aim to convert Monte Grappa into a lab under open sky, working on various subjects, like the need of harmony between man and development. We have a big potential to grow up, but we must invest on culture and awareness, starting from the development of a shared sensibility by all citizens. Our communication campaign will activate the net of institutions and citizens for a big project in the project. Territory for territory. Cima Grappa is known in the world as a metaphor of peace among all men. Today is going to symbolize again the outposts and the boundaries in the trench warfare against the impoverishing of our green heritage. Thanks to the national and international support, we wanted to become the symbol of the reconciliation between man and their living environment. The UNESCO recognition is really precious, not for only for the Piedmont area, but also for the entire nation. So, on behalf of all us, I really want to thank you a lot, Regione Veneto and the Ministry of Ecological Transition for the support and the assistance to success in reaching this precious objective, and the whole Commission for awarding our work. Thank you all, and let's begin working. We must manage and pursue many projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Cristina. Thank you, Ambassador Ricardo. And congratulations to Italy. Congratulations. With that, I give the floor back to the
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We remain in Europe with Spain, and I will give the floor to my colleague Maria to pronounce it because I don't want to mispronounce the name. Please, Maria.
Gracias, Noelín. De todas formas, el nombre está en gallego. También voy a intentar hacer mi mejor esfuerzo. Es la Reserva de Biosfera Ribeira Sacra, Serra Soribio e Curel. Adelante.
Thank you, Maria. You can play the video. Sorry, we have yes. Thank you. For this proposal from Spain, the Bureau welcomed the proposal. The Bureau congratulated the national and local authorities on the excellent quality of the proposal and recommended the adoption of the committee and management plan to ensure the active participation of all local stakeholders. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved. The Bureau also recommended that the authorities seek to establish synergies with the other UNESCO designated sites.
Thank you, Madam Noeline. Manuel, will any member of the Council want to have the floor?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised.
If there's none, then the site is approved. I now yield the floor to Spain for their comment.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Noeline, distinguidos delegados, colegas, señoras y señores. En nombre de la delegación española, quiero expresar de nuevo nuestro agradecimiento a Nigeria por acoger esta reunión y la excelente organización, y a todos los miembros de este Consejo por haber aprobado esta nueva reserva de la biosfera española. También quiero agradecer al anterior secretario del programa MAP, Miguel Kuznetski, por el magnífico trabajo realizado, su apoyo continuo al programa MAP y especialmente en lo que respecta a España. Con esta nueva reserva de la biosfera, España refuerza su compromiso con el programa MAP, la conservación de la biodiversidad y el desarrollo sostenible. Con la inscripción de la Ribeira Sacra como nueva reserva de la biosfera de la red mundial, España cuenta con 53 reservas de la biosfera que ocupan el 12% del territorio español y en las que viven casi 2 millones de personas. También quiero agradecer muy sinceramente a la Secretaría del programa MAP, a la Mesa, al Comité Consultivo Internacional por su trabajo y esfuerzo en la preparación de los documentos y al Comité Español del programa MAP por el trabajo realizado en el seguimiento de las reservas de la biosfera española y en la revisión de las nuevas candidaturas. También quiero felicitar a la Junta de Galicia por el excelente trabajo realizado en la preparación de esta candidatura. Por lo que, señor presidente, si me permite, me gustaría pasar la palabra a la representante de la Junta de Galicia, doña Ángeles González Mejuto, consejera de Medio Ambiente, Territorio y Vivienda de la Junta de Galicia, que creo que está en posibilidades de conectarse y, si me permite, le pasaría la palabra a ella. Muchas gracias.
Please proceed. She can have the floor, or is he or she?
I don't see anyone raising their hands.
Excellency Francisco, you requested for someone?
For someone, but I don't see any hands raised. Nobody is requesting the floor.
Actually, let's give 30 seconds. Are you still requesting for the floor?
Sí, señor presidente, si me permite.
Okay, we'll wait for you. Thank you.
Sí, entiendo que tendrán algún problema técnico. La reserva de la biosfera de la Ribeira Sacra, de Serras do Oribio e Courel, ha sido la 53 reserva de la biosfera española y tiene una superficie de casi 306.500 hectáreas y se localiza en el sector oriental de la Comunidad Autónoma de Galicia, en España, en el entorno de los cañones de dos ríos muy caudalosos, el río Miño y el río Seil, y está conformada por 23 términos municipales, 23 municipios, y están situados en 2 provincias gallegas. El espacio comprendido por esta reserva de la biosfera de la Ribeira Sacra posee un amplio conjunto de valores del patrimonio natural y cultural que determinan que sea un lugar excepcional en el conjunto del territorio de la región biogeográfica atlántica. Entre sus ecosistemas se encuentran un gran número de hábitats amenazados para el conjunto del área continental europea, así como otros considerados raros o poco representados. Junto a los hábitats naturales, el territorio alberga hábitats seminaturales de gran valor ambiental, como bosques de castaños o distintos tipos de sistemas de prados de siega y de pastoreo que sirven de sustento a una extraordinaria biodiversidad de fauna y flora. La población local de la Reserva de la Biosfera de la Ribeira Sacra, Serras do Oribio e Courel, ha establecido y mantenido diversos tipos de agrosistemas tradicionales como elementos de gran singularidad ambiental y cultural, como es, por ejemplo, el cultivo de los viñedos en terrazas muy peculiares que se sitúan en las pendientes de las cuencas de estos ríos y cuyo sistema de trabajo es muy peculiar porque tienen que extraer la uva por medio de vagonetas, lo cual tiene un gran valor tradicional para este territorio. En conjunto, este territorio, por tanto, es un gran modelo de sostenibilidad y de armonía entre la biodiversidad y el trabajo de las personas que habitan en este territorio. Así que, intentaremos ahora de nuevo conectar con la consejera de Medio Ambiente de Galicia y, si no fuera posible, por los problemas técnicos, agradecer a todos por la declaración de esta nueva reserva de la biosfera española en nombre de la Delegación de España. Muchísimas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Francisco. And with that, we want to say congratulations to Italy. Thank you. Is it Italy? No, Spain. With that, I want to request the Council that will proceed on break now and return at 3 o'clock Nigerian time, 2 o'clock Paris time. If there's no objection, is there any objection on the floor? Then we'll proceed on break and return at 3 o'clock Nigerian time, 2 o'clock Paris time. Thank you.
No. Oh, yeah. I'm in chains, you're in chains too. Our uniforms and you are uniforms too. I'm a prisoner, you're a prisoner too, Mr. Jailer. Oh, I have fears, you have fears too. I'll die, but you said will die too. Life is beautiful, don't you think so too, Mr. Jailer? I'm talking to you, Jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let him is 3,000 be the first to cast the stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer, man, you suppress all my strategies. You oppress every part of me. What you you don't know, you're a victim to Mr. Jailer. Oh, you don't care about my point of view. If I die, another will work for you. So you treat me like a modern slave, Mr. Jailer. I'm talking to you, Jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let hear you is without sin. Be the first to cast the stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer, man. You see, if you walking in the marketplace, down throws stones. Even if you do, you just might hit one of your own. Life is not about your policies all the time, so you better rearrange your philosophies and be good to your fellow man. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let hear you is without sin. Be the first that cast the stone, Mr. Jailer. Oh, I'm talking to you, Jailer. Stop calling me a prisoner. Let hear you is without sin. Be the first that cast the stone, Mr. Jailer. Mr. Jailer. I am a baby say, I wanna be president. I want your money from my government. What you don't know, what you won't know, what you can know. Jailer, Jailer. Oh, be good, be good, be good. Somebody be good, be good, be good. Oh, be good, be good, be good. We don't have to go to 360 degrees. Now it's time we go the 180. You don't have to climb the highest mountains, for all you're looking for is within you. Open the eyes of your mind, your ears and mouth, as I sing my song. Open the eyes of your mind, your ears and mouth, as you hear my words. Oh, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting, I'll be home. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting, I'll be. We still live in yesterday. Many today the waste away, but nevertheless it's never late. Oh, see the times have changed. I thought you knew that these words would never ever wait for you. The water's gone past times of fighting, so drop your guns and your swords and let us live all as one. We all need love and understanding, so drop your guns and your swords and let us live all as one. Oh, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee, ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll It's more than just a goddess. We only one another. Oh, oh. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-dee. I'll be waiting for you. For you, you and you. I'll be waiting for you. Every people, wherever you be, it's more than just a color. We only one another. I wake up, I see you as you leave. I feel it, I see it as you leave. When we kiss, I went deep, but you're far away. Used to be my everything, treated me like I was a queen. What spell did it cast on me? Or was it a make-believe? You say, girl, never be afraid of ever, ever loving me. Those words I hung on to. Oh God, I was a fool. You became my bad habits, keeping up appearances, so you could notice. Even when you suddenly picked the things and left the keys, that's crazy. every day's not a holiday. My life's like a subway. Oh, I know this love don't last. Look at me, tell me what you see. Do you believe this love is real? Oh, I know this love don't last. I've come far away to see these go down the drain. I have waited patiently, and this is what I get. Emotional, defending me. The whole wide world is giving in. I'm not so free to express myself. The woman in me, but don't fade away. My mama said, baby, be careful. If anybody comes to say I love you, oh, 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 oh. My papa said, baby, I want you. If anybody comes to say, oh, I love you, oh, 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 oh. Now you're asking me to trust you. Tell me how am I supposed to when I know this love don't last. Could it be kind of love that my mom used to warn me about? Oh, how will I know that this love will last? No, I've come from far away to see these go down the drain. I've got so much to give, but I don't know what I'll get. No, emotionally fed me. My whole wide world is giving in. I try so hard to express myself, but the woman in me, don't fade away. My mama said, baby, be careful. If anybody comes to say I love you, oh, 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 oh. My papa said, baby, I warn you. If anybody comes to say, oh, I love you, oh, 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 oh. Fading, yo. There's fire on the mountain, and nobody seems to be on the run. Oh, there is fire on the mountain top, and no one is running. I wake up in the morning.
Bueno,
Watching on my TV screen.
el 14 Mira si sale allí lo que estoy viendo yo aquí.
Everybody's watching. Now I'm looking out.
¿Quieres hablar? ¿Se ve bien?
¿Ves? Cambiando no me escucha.
Vale, perfecto.
I see an army of a soldier man marching across the street. Hey, hey, Mr. Soldier Man. Tomorrow is the day you go to war. Boy, you are fighting for another man's cause, and you don't even know him. Mountain top, and no one is around. Hey, Mr. Loverman, can I get a chance to talk to you? Cause you are fooling with a dead man's corpse, and you don't know what you do. So you say you have a lover, and you love her like no other. So you buy her a diamond that someone has died. Oh, don't you think there's something wrong with this? Tell me, who's responsible for what we teach our children? Is it the internet or the stars on television? Why, oh, why? Why, oh, why, oh? Oh, so little Lucy turned 16, and like the movie she's been seeing, she has a lover in her daddy. She can't tell nobody till she makes the evening news. For there is fire on the mountain, and there is nobody. Oh, there is fire on the mountain top, and no one is around. Oh, yes. One day the river will overflow, and there'll be nowhere for us to go, and we will run, wishing we had put out the fire. Oh, but there is fire on the mountain, yeah, and there is nobody. Oh, there is fire on the mountain, and no one is around. So yeah. There is fire in Africa. Oh, fire everywhere in the sea. Yeah, in the air. No one is surrounded. Fire, yeah. Nobody is surrounded. Ojúmọ́ mi, ilẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́ mi, nílẹ̀ yìí o. Ojúmọ́ ti mọ́, mo ríre o. Àdàbà, àdàbà, me. Ilayo, ojumotimo, morireo. Ojumotimo, ojumotimo me. Ilayo, ojumotimo, morireo. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Just other day, I was talking to the weatherman about today. I know all he could say was no one knows tomorrow. See, I can read the weather child, I can tell my beat it where for the sun will shine. But that's as far as my guess goes, 'cause no one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. Time it wasn't need to go to war. All the kidding just to settle someone else's score. But the rich isn't even sure. No one knows tomorrow, so we can study history and philosophy and places ideology. But tomorrow's a mystery. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. No one knows tomorrow. Tomorrow is your opportunity to fail or be successful if you please. Yes, indeed, tomorrow is a politician's today. Is the victim of decisions and the future of our children. So when I die someday, will I be in heavenly places singing hallelujah with an angel on the piano, or will I be just another contribution to the earth, the trees, the grasses, as tomorrow slowly passes? No one knows, 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 no one knows. So when I die someday, will I be in heavenly places singing hallelujah with an angel on the piano? Or will I be just another contribution to the earth, the trees, the grasses, as the miles slowly passes? No one knows, no one knows, no one knows. Away, you pololoka, tafiwaoka, ipiobalo jamo, anti dompele itosi, oawale hi, atiojo metatabo. Oh, we will. Oh, Lord, you for. Oh, you true. Magic. Oh, Lord, you for. And we will. Oh, Lord, you for. You are not. Oh, Lord, you for. Why did Alma Sakina, Alma Buhina, Alma? Why did Alma Sakina, Alma Buhina, Alma? Anji dolo you for Otobi olamo Iwana Anji dolo you for Ani Otobi olamo Iwana.
Thank you. Well, welcome back from the break. If everyone is set, Alan Spain wants to take the floor again, and I invite Spain to take the floor.
Sí, muchas gracias, señor presidente, distinguidos miembros del Consejo Internacional de Coordinación del Programa MAP. Agradecerles la inscripción de la nueva reserva de la Ribeira Sacra, reservas de Oribio e Caurel, en la lista de la Red Mundial de Reservas de la Biosfera. Para la delegación española, el que se designen ya la número 53 Reserva de la Biosfera en España refuerza nuestro compromiso con el Comité MAP. Y sin más, le quiero pasar la palabra a la consejera de Medio Ambiente, Territorio y Vivienda de la Junta de Galicia, doña Ángeles Vázquez Mejuto. Gracias, presidente.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes. Desde Galicia, permítanme que mis primeras palabras, en nombre del Gobierno gallego, pero también en nombre de los integrantes del Consejo Internacional de Coordinación del Programa MAP, que han valorado biosfera, integrándola en la Red Mundial de Reservas de la Biosfera. Quisiera igualmente extender mi agradecimiento al Comité Español del programa Persona y Biosfera, al embajador delegado permanente de España en la UNESCO, al Ministerio para la Transición Ecológica y el Reto Demográfico y a todas aquellas personas e entidades que de una forma u otra han contribuido a este logro. Hoy se materializa un largo proyecto que comenzó en el año 2017 y que desde sus inicios buscó la participación y colaboración de la gente que vive y trabaja en este territorio, que alberga numerosos elementos de patrimonio natural y cultural únicos, de excepcional valor. Área designada hoy como Reserva de la Biosfera, que reúne una superficie de 306.535 hectáreas, lo que supone el 10,36% de la superficie continental de Galicia, distribuida en 2 provincias, 23 términos municipales, 18 de la provincia de Lugo, 5 de la provincia de Orense y 3.000 entidades singulares. El área está habitada de forma permanente por más de 75.200 personas. El espacio es sin duda uno de los más biodiversos de la región atlántica europea. Alberga 37 tipos de hábitats de interés comunitario y más de 230 especies protegidas, entre las que se encuentran especies muy relevantes para el conjunto de la biodiversidad, como es el oso pardo, el águila real, así como un abundante elenco de narcisos y orquídeas. Muchas de estas especies se integran dentro de los agrosistemas tradicionales, configurando espléndidas representaciones de paisajes agrarios y forestales que han sido forjados y mantenidos generación en generación por mujeres y hombres, como es el caso de los viñedos emplazados en las pronunciadas laderas de los ríos Miño y Sil, que han adquirido en los últimos años fama internacional y han sido designados como viticultura heroica, así como los elementos de bosques centenarios de castaños y sistemas de prados de siega que tapizan los terrenos de mayor altitud. En su conjunto constituyen, según escribió el célebre Otero Pedrayo hace ahora 94 años, un impresionante paisaje. El territorio de la Reserva, la Biosfera de la Ribeira Sacra, Serras de Oribio y Caurel, demostró con múltiples ejemplos y acciones la posibilidad real de combinar la conservación de la biodiversidad, el patrimonio natural con el desarrollo sostenible. Sobre estas experiencias y teniendo en cuenta las acciones llevadas a cabo con otras reservas de la biosfera, se construyó una propuesta cuyo plan de acción integra como objetivos fundamentales la conservación de la biodiversidad, la restauración y la mejora de los ecosistemas y de los servicios, el fomento del uso sostenible de los recursos naturales, la mitigación del cambio climático y la contribución a promover una sociedad sostenible, sana e igualitaria, en armonía con la General del Estado. Un proyecto que a partir de ahora debe ser capaz de ponerse en marcha. El futuro que queremos y que apoyamos es un modelo que armoniza la conservación con el desarrollo sostenible, que sea capaz de abordar de forma participativa este equilibrio, aportando además soluciones para luchar frente a los grandes retos que inciden sobre el territorio, especialmente la despoblación, el cambio climático y la pérdida de biodiversidad. Buenas tardes. Reitero mis agradecimientos por esta designación.
Thank you, Madam Mijuto and His Excellency Francisco. I think with that, we want to once again congratulate Spain for that new site. Congratulations. With that, I yield the floor again to Noéline to continue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous restons en Europe avec maintenant des propositions de la France. Première proposition de la France avec Moselle Sud. Merci. Le bureau a accueilli favorablement cette proposition de Moselle Sud de la France et a recommandé que le site soit approuvé et en outre a encouragé les autorités à élaborer un plan de gestion du tourisme pour garantir que le tourisme reste durable.
Thank you, Madame Noéline. Noel, is anybody requesting for floor from the council?
Mr. Chair, Friends with Didier Babin has requested the floor. I don't know if in the quality of bureau member or not. Otherwise, Moselle Sud is ready to take the floor.
I think we have to approve first before Babi can take the floor.
Okay.
So if there's no any other council member requesting for the floor,
No,
the side
no,
is approved.
no other.
My friend Babin, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, mon ami, chère Noéline, chers membres du réseau mondial des réserves de biosphère, mesdames et messieurs, nous nous réjouissons de la désignation de la 15e réserve de biosphère française en Moselle Sud. Je félicite tous les partenaires qui ont permis la réalisation de ce projet exemplaire de territoire pour la biodiversité et le développement durable. Et je leur passe sans plus tarder la parole.
Monsieur le Président, vous m'entendez?
On vous entend très bien.
Merci. Monsieur le Président, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, Monsieur le Président du MAP France, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du comité, c'est un grand honneur de pouvoir nous exprimer cet après-midi en direct devant le Comité international de coordination au moment où celui-ci vient de nous apprendre la confirmation de notre candidature et de la reconnaissance de réserve biosphère au titre du programme MAB. Je voudrais remercier le comité consultatif international de l'UNESCO qui avait exprimé un avis favorable avec Madame la secrétaire générale les recommandations qui étaient les siennes et que dont nous avons pris bonne note concernant le développement de l'écotourisme qui est un élément important du développement de notre territoire. Je voudrais vous dire, chers amis qui êtes au Nigeria et en saluant les représentants de l'État du Nigeria, que nous sommes aujourd'hui entourés des partenaires publics et privés. Vous voyez du monde derrière moi. Les règles sanitaires sont respectées, rassurez-vous, qui se sont mobilisés pour notre démarche de candidature parce que en Moselle Sud, cette démarche est une démarche de territoire et de partenaires. Et nous allons d'ailleurs très rapidement parler à deux voix. La voix que je porte est celle effectivement des collectivités territoriales qui se sont investies dès le début dans cette démarche. Et à côté de moi, Pierre Singer, qui est le président d'une association de territoire qui représente les acteurs locaux, les citoyens, les entreprises, les associations, prendra aussi la parole pour évoquer de façon très pertinente l'approche environnementale qui est celle de la réserve que nous venons de créer. Nous vous remercions vivement d'avoir approuvé notre dossier et ainsi de nous faire entrer dans la grande communauté internationale des réserves de biosphère. Je crois que pour nous, c'est une richesse inestimable parce qu'on ne peut rien faire seul. Et tous les exemples, qu'ils soient ceux des réserves françaises, dont on est maintenant la 15e en termes de rang, et les réserves internationales auront beaucoup à nous apprendre dans la gestion de l'environnement et des écosystèmes de notre territoire, de l'éducation à apporter à notre population en termes d'éco-citoyenneté. Je ne voudrais pas oublier de remercier à la fois Didier Babin et Catherine Sibien du MAB France, président et directrice du MAB France, qui nous ont encouragés dans notre démarche dès l'année 2016 en nous donnant le sentiment que nous pouvions atteindre cet objectif qui, à l'époque, était quasiment inatteignable, d'être reconnu mondialement par la qualité de nos paysages, la qualité de nos écosystèmes. C'est avec une grande fierté, parce qu'il y aura demain, aujourd'hui c'est la fête entre nous, mais demain nous allons annoncer à notre population cette grande nouvelle. Car de notre point de vue, c'est à chacun des habitants de notre territoire que cette reconnaissance UNESCO s'adresse. Je voudrais vous dire qu'au-delà de la liesse qui est la nôtre, nous avons et ressentons un grand sentiment de responsabilité, car demain et après-demain, c'est la préservation de nos écosystèmes, de nos paysages, de nos espèces que nous souhaitons poursuivre, partager avec la population et partager surtout avec les générations futures. Et avant de céder la parole à Pierre Singer, je voudrais formuler un remerciement. Grâce à l'UNESCO, nous avons entamé sur notre territoire une démarche interterritoriale tout à fait nouvelle. Je m'explique. Nous nous sommes affranchis des limites administratives pour collaborer avec les voisins par la communauté qui était la nôtre, naturelle, agricole, d'espaces protégés, qu'ils soient forestiers ou lacustres. Et ça, c'est une nouveauté. D'ailleurs que l'on va consacrer ce soir par la signature d'un protocole entre l'ensemble des partenaires. Un grand merci à vous tous de la confiance que vous nous faites dans l'avenir de notre réserve de biosphère Moselle Sud. Je cède la parole à Pierre Singer.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Madame la Secrétaire Générale, chers membres du CIC. Juste un mot pour vous dire que, évidemment, la nature s'affranchit des frontières. Ici, nous sommes au cœur de la réserve, dans la zone centrale, au domaine du Lindre, un étang qui a plus de 1000 ans, qui a été créé et façonné par l'homme et qui est sur les couloirs de migration. Ici, passent les grues cendrées qui viennent de la Scandinavie et qui vont rejoindre le delta du Guadalquivir. J'ai vu tout à l'heure les cigognes dans la réserve mondiale d'Espagne. Eh bien, ces cigognes passent chez nous, nichent chez nous, relient nos territoires sur ce vaste couloir de migration. Et puis, c'est un acte d'amour que nous faisons pour notre territoire, pour son patrimoine, pour sa biodiversité, pour les grands tétras qui sont des reliques de l'ère glaciaire, une espèce qui protège nos forêts, qui est une espèce ombrelle, pour nos écrevisses des torrents, pour les mares salées qui sont uniques en Europe et qui abritent cette plante exceptionnelle que l'on trouve dans les mares salées, la salicorne. Donc, au cœur du Saulnois, au cœur du pays de Moselle Sud, au cœur du Pfalzbourgeois, c'est une nature dont nous allons prendre soin, et nous allons prendre soin également des hommes qui l'habitent. Et c'est avec un immense honneur, une grande fierté, un grand plaisir, une grande joie que nous rejoignons le réseau des MAB. Et merci, merci, merci à tous ceux qui ont rendu ce rêve possible. Merci et bravo! Bravo!
Thank you, dear friend Didier Babin, and thank you everyone. Once again, congratulations, France. With that, I yield the floor back to Noéline.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le second site présenté par la France se trouve en Martinique, l'île de la Martinique. On peut passer la vidéo. Merci. Merci, Monsieur le Président. Le bureau Martinique, France. Le bureau a accueilli favorablement cette proposition d'inscription détaillée et a félicité les autorités pour l'approche participative adoptée pour son élaboration. Le bureau s'est félicité des informations supplémentaires fournies par les autorités françaises. Ces informations manquaient dans le formulaire de candidature soumis sur le comité des aires protégées. Et les informations ont donné donc plus d'informations sur le fonctionnement de ce comité. De ce fait, le bureau recommande que le site soit approuvé.
Manuel, is any of the bureau member, the council member requesting for the floor? If there's none, then the site is approved. With that, will Babi want to take the floor again?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes particulièrement fiers de cette désignation de la 16e réserve de biosphère française. Avec la désignation de la Martinique comme réserve de biosphère, le statut de la partie marine en sera renforcé, conformément à la législation française qui concerne toutes les reconnaissances internationales des parties marines. L'Office français de la biodiversité devra à ce titre se prononcer lors de son conseil d'administration le 12 octobre 2021. Nous souhaitons que cette déclaration soit reprise dans le rapport du CIC. Et nous fournirons par écrit au secrétariat cette déclaration. Et sans plus tarder aussi, je donne la parole à nos collègues de la Martinique. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Président du Conseil international de coordination, Madame la Secrétaire générale, Mesdames et Messieurs, chers membres du Conseil international de coordination, Monsieur le Préfet du Conseil exécutif, Monsieur le Président du Conseil exécutif de la collectivité territoriale de Martinique, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée de Martinique, Monsieur le Préfet de Martinique, Au nom de l'association Martinique Réserve de Biosphère que je préside, je remercie vivement les membres du Comité international de coordination d'avoir validé l'inscription de la Martinique comme réserve mondiale de biosphère, ce qui lui permet ainsi de rejoindre le réseau international des réserves de biosphère de l'UNESCO. Par cette reconnaissance, la Martinique se hisse tout entière sur la scène mondiale. En cette période sombre que nous traversons ici en Martinique, liée à la crise sanitaire, je crois que nous avons tous besoin individuellement et collectivement de perspectives et d'espoir. C'est un honneur et une fierté pour nous, pour tous ceux qui nous ont soutenus et accompagnés, et surtout pour tous les Martiniquais qui ont construit cette candidature et s'y sont consacrés cœur et âme. La démarche de la Martinique est en effet singulière. Il s'agit d'une initiative portée par la société civile. Elle rassemble des acteurs de tous horizons. Elle s'est investie et engagée de façon à entreprendre cette démarche en 2 ans. Elle a mobilisé chacune des 34 communes du territoire en présence des maires et des élus. Elle a rassemblé des habitants enthousiastes qui ont toujours répondu présents de manière qualitative, défini les atouts de notre territoire et formulé des propositions très concrètes. Ces propositions permettront d'engager la Martinique aux yeux du monde dans une démarche de développement soutenable, de conservation, de valorisation et de promotion de ses atouts naturels, culturels et de ses savoir-faire. Enfin, la qualité du travail accompli par tous les participants et leur implication active a retenu l'attention et obtenu les félicitations du Comité consultatif international des réserves de biosphère. Cette reconnaissance mondiale que vous nous accordez aujourd'hui leur est due, ainsi qu'à tous ceux, acteurs publics, privés et institutionnels, partenaires de l'association, adhérents et membres fondateurs qui ont porté collectivement cette ambition. Merci très chaleureusement à vous tous. Je donne la parole à Madame la Présidente du Comité martiniquais du tourisme, Madame Bénédicte Di Geronimo, puis à Monsieur le Président du Conseil exécutif de la collectivité territoriale de Martinique, et enfin à Monsieur le Préfet de la Martinique.
Bonjour, c'est avec une immense joie et fierté que j'accueille la désignation par l'UNESCO de la Martinique en qualité de réserve mondiale de biosphère pour l'ensemble du territoire terrestre et marin. Dans le cadre de cette nomination, c'est aussi le modèle de concertation avec la population. Bonjour, c'est avec une immense joie et fierté que j'accueille la désignation par l'UNESCO de la Martinique en qualité de réserve mondiale de biosphère pour l'ensemble du territoire terrestre et marin. Dans le cadre de cette nomination, c'est aussi le modèle de concertation avec la population qui a été récompensé. Et c'est ce même message d'implication de tous, ainsi que la qualité d'accueil des Martiniquais, que je souhaite également valoriser au sein du Comité martiniquais du tourisme. Cette distinction internationale sera sans aucun doute un puissant levier de développement économique et social, mais également d'attractivité pour la destination Martinique. Enfin, je salue ici l'aboutissement du travail mené par l'association Martinique Réserve de Biosphère durant 4 ans maintenant. La Martinique détient dorénavant 2 titres UNESCO, celui de réserve mondiale de biosphère, qui a rejoint celui du patrimoine mondial culturel immatériel pour l'Aïol. 2 titres qui s'enrichissent, se complètent, se renforcent mutuellement au bénéfice de notre population et de nos visiteurs. La Martinique, elle vous aime.
Monsieur le Président, Madame la secrétaire générale, mesdames et messieurs les membres du programme Hommes et Biosphère, vous qui êtes des ambassadeurs, ambassadrices des richesses naturelles de vos pays, mesdames et messieurs les représentants en vos grades et fonctions, madame la présidente de l'association Martinique Réserve de Biosphère, chère Nathalie de Pompignan, vous nous permettez ici de nous adresser au monde. C'est une occasion exceptionnelle. Exceptionnelle parce que nous ferons désormais partie des 700 territoires et 131 pays impliqués dans une dynamique de résilience, de valorisation en tant que réserve mondiale de biosphère. Je pense que, honnêtement, je peux me permettre de le dire, nous sommes en train d'ouvrir la porte de nouveaux rapports à nous-mêmes, nous les Martiniquais, mais aussi un nouveau rapport à notre propre humanité et à l'humanité tout entière. C'est vrai que nous avons l'habitude, et c'est normal, au plus haut niveau de l'État, au plus haut niveau de l'Union européenne, et aussi en Martinique, il est coutumier qu'on puisse s'enorgueillir de notre immense richesse naturelle, biologique et patrimoniale. Nous avons coutume de dire que nous faisons partie de la trentaine de hotspots de la planète. Nous avons écologique mondial de premier plan dans un contexte très particulier puisque c'est le contexte du changement climatique qui nous impose à la fois une conception du développement social, économique et culturel plus respectueux des équilibres des relations de l'homme avec la nature. Mais dire que 80% de la biodiversité de la France se trouve en Outre-mer, dire que 97% des surfaces maritimes de la France entourent les océans et les pays océaniques que nous représentons la plupart, c'est bien, mais ça ne saurait suffire. C'est pour cela que pour moi, ce n'est pas une politique de reconnaissance suffisamment intégrative, pas une politique de reconnaissance suffisamment résiliente, suffisamment inclusive, qui pourrait nous permettre de réconcilier l'homme, le Martiniquais, avec les usages de la nature. On parle beaucoup de la nature, pas de ses usages suffisamment. Le patrimoine. Oui, cette harmonieuse relation qui a prévalu entre l'homme et la nature a été en plus, sur le plan historique, la trame fondamentale de nos sociétés ancestrales. Il y a des comportements, des attitudes. Alors, rechercher cette reconnaissance et cette valorisation, ainsi que les faire admettre aux plus hautes instances du monde, est un moment qu'il faut saluer. Et au nom du peuple martiniquais, Madame la Présidente, je veux saluer à la fois l'initiative et le succès que nous remportons aujourd'hui. Et vous avez saisi cette occasion de manière majestueuse et magnifique. La Martinique est désormais reconnue comme réserve mondiale biosphère. C'est une avancée majeure dans cette nouvelle politique de reconnaissance que nous appelons de nos voeux. Il me semble indispensable que ça s'installe dans nos pays. Je voudrais remercier, bien sûr, l'ensemble des pays du monde, nos frères et nos sœurs des nations de cette planète que nous devons habiter ensemble et dans l'harmonie. Au nom du peuple martiniquais, merci beaucoup. Après l'aïeul, ça a été dit par Bénédicte, empreinte de notre histoire et de notre rapport singulier à la mer, reconnu au patrimoine mondial culturel immatériel, dans la foulée de la candidature pour une reconnaissance au patrimoine mondial naturel, 2 sites, les volcans et forêts de la montagne Pelée, mais aussi les pitons du Gambé. C'est le titre de réserve mondiale du biosphère pour l'ensemble du territoire martiniquais terrestre marin que nous obtenons aujourd'hui. Mais, Madame la Présidente, chers amis, cet exploit ne saurait se résumer à l'obtention d'un titre. Nous allons et nous devons aller beaucoup plus loin. Pour moi, c'est une vision commune. C'est une construction avec les élus martiniquais que vous avez entamée de manière très originale, sans pression politique. C'est un effort d'adhésion partagé avec les acteurs socio-culturels. Il y en a pas mal autour de la table, et socio-économiques. Et c'est avec efficacité et patience et surtout détermination que vous permettez à la Martinique d'améliorer son attractivité et de s'ouvrir à la coopération mondiale. J'y tiens énormément. Et de consolider un de ces leviers essentiels en matière de recherche, de valorisation, de protection de sa richesse biologique. Et vous érigez tout cela, qu'on le veuille ou non pas comme un atout pittoresque, mais comme un outil de développement. En ce moment difficile, vous l'avez indiqué tout à l'heure, crise sanitaire, sous-développement structurel, effet de la mondialisation, changement climatique, Sachez, mesdames et messieurs les représentants des États, que cet exploit qui a été réalisé est aussi une volonté de résistance, une volonté de résilience, parce que c'est l'émanation d'une volonté locale. Ce n'est pas une contrainte réglementaire de plus, c'est une ouverture. Ce n'est pas un renfermement sur nous-mêmes, c'est la reconnaissance d'une place dans l'équilibre écologique mondial que nous assumons. Bien entendu, dans la foulée, la collectivité territoriale de Martinique restera à vos côtés. Elle installera l'agence régionale de la biodiversité si attendue et non mise en place. Elle poursuivra son travail en créant son premier laboratoire de pharmacopée. Elle élaborera une stratégie ambitieuse de cohérence écologique et de spécialisation intelligente. Malgré nos difficultés, malgré nos expositions au changement climatique, notre biosphère est un don précieux. La nature doit être là pour nous rappeler qu'il ne faut jamais abandonner. Désormais, la Martinique fait partie des plus de 700 territoires de biosphère que compte notre planète. Merci encore pour la Martinique et merci pour les Martiniquais. Merci pour le peuple martiniquais. Bravo.
Thank you, Didier Babin.
Monsieur le Président du Comité international, Madame la Secrétaire générale, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres, Madame la Présidente de l'Association martiniquaise pour la réserve de biosphère, Messieurs les Présidents, Madame la Présidente du Comité martiniquais du tourisme, c'est pour moi une grande fierté d'intervenir après les 3 prestigieux intervenants précédents et au nom de la France de vous remercier pour cette reconnaissance. 3 dossiers cheminent dans ces reconnaissances internationales. Le premier, il y a quelques mois, à travers la IOL, reconnu comme un enjeu de transmission du patrimoine immatériel extraordinaire. Le deuxième, aujourd'hui, avec la réserve de biosphère. Et le troisième, je n'en doute pas, dans quelques mois, au sujet de la montagne pelée et des pitons du Carbet. Cette fierté, c'est aussi la qualité du cheminement que vous avez suivi, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, à travers des partenariats et une initiative citoyenne. En cela, ce projet fera date, car il nous apprend aussi que dans toutes les parties prenantes de la société, la capacité de mobilisation, elle peut avoir un retentissement international au bénéfice du territoire d'où elle est partie. Merci donc à vous, Madame la Présidente, merci à tous les membres de l'association qui ont porté cette initiative citoyenne, et merci à toutes les administrations qui, d'une façon ou d'une autre, sont venues accompagner ce partenariat. Et merci à vous, Monsieur le Président de la collectivité territoriale, merci à vous, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée, et à vos prédécesseurs qui ont aussi permis qu'aujourd'hui ce dossier puisse être présenté et soutenu. Et puis mon dernier point, c'est que il me paraît indispensable de considérer cette journée comme à la fois une arrivée, mais aussi un nouveau départ. Nouveau départ sans cesse renouvelé pour être plus actif dans la promotion de la culture, la défense de la culture, pour aussi tous nos enjeux de cohésion sociale qui font partie de cette démarche dans laquelle vous nous avez inscrite, Madame la Présidente, et tous les enjeux liés autour de la biodiversité, autour de la nature, autour du climat et autour de la préservation de notre bien collectif qui est cette belle planète. Je vous renouvelle donc mes remerciements et je vous propose de nouveau d'applaudir tous les partenaires de cette reconnaissance aujourd'hui.
Thank you, everybody from France. We can say congratulations to France. Thank you. With that, I give the floor to Noeline.
Thank you, Chair. Now we move to Latin America and Caribbean region with a proposal from Peru, Avireri proposal. Avireri. The Bureau welcomed this proposal. The Bureau noted with satisfaction that the designation of the site as a biosphere reserve would reinforce ecological corridor between two existing biosphere reserves in Peru and shall increase the quality and sustainability of the ecosystems. The Bureau, therefore, recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Will anybody from the Council want to take the floor?
I don't see any hands raised, Mr. Chair.
If there's none from the floor, then the site is approved.
No, el doctor Gamboa quiere participar. Disculpen.
Muy buenas tardes. ¿Se me escucha?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Muy buenas tardes, señor presidente. Muy buenas tardes, distinguidos miembros del Consejo Internacional de Coordinación del Programa MAP. Para nuestro país es un orgullo el reconocimiento de esta 7ª reserva de biosfera de nuestro país, actualmente la más grande por su extensión. Esto nos plantea no solamente retos y desafíos, como el tener una gestión integral del territorio que involucra a 2 gobiernos regionales, 16 gobiernos locales y más de 300 comunidades campesinas y nativas. Pero sabemos también que nos va a generar oportunidades para el aprovechamiento sostenible de los recursos naturales que nos van a permitir una mejora de calidad de vida de sus poblaciones. Y como se mencionó en el video, va a constituir un corredor ecológico de 9 millones de hectáreas. En consecuencia, hay justamente oportunidades para sentirnos contentos en este día. De otro lado, quisiéramos asumir el compromiso como CERNAN y Ministerio del Ambiente de apoyar en la gestión de esta reserva de biosfera que ha sido producto de esfuerzo de muchos actores. Y yo quisiera justamente cederle la palabra al grupo impulsor de esta propuesta para que también exprese sus palabras de alegría por esta inclusión en el listado de reservas de biosfera del mundo. Por favor.
Buenos días.
Good afternoon, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Te podemos escuchar, señor. Puedes hablar.
Buenos días. En mi parte como el presidente del consorcio de la Reserva de Biosfera Avireri, Brian, y mismo como presidente de la asociación ACRINAP, que has ejecutado del expediente de la reserva, con mucha alegría expresar mi agradecimiento a la UNESCO por el reconocimiento oficial de Reserva de Biosfera Avireri, Brian, un territorio con alta diversidad biológica, descubierta y por descubrir. Y nuestro reto ahora es lograr una articulación efectiva para un desarrollo sostenible en esta región de Amazonía. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Pedro Gamboa. With that, we want to once again congratulate the government of Peru for the new biosphere. Congratulations. With that, we'll return the floor back to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We remain in the American continent, but we go north, in Canada, with Atkatsum proposal. Atkatsum Au Sound proposal. The Bureau welcomed this proposal and commended the authorities for the quality of the nomination proposal and acknowledged that it represents the culmination of a long process. The Bureau recommended that the site be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Manuel, will any member of the council want to have the floor?
There's no hands raised, Mr. Chair.
If there's none, then the site is approved. Will anyone from Canada want to take the floor to respond?
Yes, I will take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, dear colleagues. On behalf of the Canadian Commission for UNESCO, I'd like to thank the International Advisory Committee and the International Coordinating Council for considering the nomination of the Atkatsum Howe Sound Biosphere Reserve. Canada is delighted that its 19th Biosphere Reserve has received this prestigious designation on the 50th anniversary of the Man in the Biosphere programme. As the world faces global challenges such as climate change and biodiversity loss, the Atkatsum Howe Sound Biosphere Reserve is a compelling example of how dedicated communities, researchers and decision makers can come together to find sustainable solutions that benefit both people and the environment. It's also a place for reconciliation in action, that is, reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, and reconciliation between all peoples and the lands and waters. The Atkatsum Howe Sound will contribute to a strong network of biosphere reserves across Canada who work collectively and individually to conserve biodiversity and foster sustainable development. Together, Canada's biospheres span over 235,000 square kilometres within the traditional territories of over 50 Indigenous nations and enhance the lives of over 2.5 million Canadians. This nomination has been achieved after many years of hard work by the team. With your permission, Mr. Chair, I'd like to now hand over to Ruth Simons, who has been leading the project.
Good afternoon, good morning here, and thank you, Ellie. I'm speaking to you from the unceded traditional territory of the Squamish Nation and Coast Salish people in beautiful Atkatsum Howe Sound. On behalf of all of us, my team and all those that have contributed towards and supported this nomination over the years, we thank you, Chair, and the MAB International Coordinating Council for your approval and our nomination and designation as Canada's 19th Biosphere region. I also like to congratulate all the other biospheres that are being designated today. We are honored to be joining together with these inspiring places around the world on our common work. And it's a testament to the great work of so many organizations have done over the years and must continue to do towards environmental recovery, addressing the climate emergency, protecting habitats, and reconciliation. This establishes a framework, and we acknowledge the coordinating committee and the advisory committees note that we will work together on a holistic management plan for the region and this beautiful, and to ensure protection of this beautiful and fragile watershed. I sincerely thank the many people and organizations that have contributed towards this, and my team, and Ian Wynn, I'd like to acknowledge on the call here today. And thanks to the Canadian Commission for their guidance and support over these many years. Thank you.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations, Canada. With that, I yield the floor back to Nolene to present to us the deferred sites.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are now moving to another category of recommendation, which are the proposals to be deferred. One proposal comes from the Russian Federation, Vysersky Ural. You have on the screen the total area of the proposed biosphere reserve. This biosphere reserve has 200 inhabitants. And I will read now the recommendation with regard to this proposal. The Bureau welcomed this proposal. The Bureau noted that the zonation does not meet the criteria, specifically with the absence of buffer zones in the north and east, and other inconsistent elements as shown in the submitted maps. In addition, it noted that the number of residents is very small and questioned whether the development function could be fulfilled properly. The Bureau also highlighted the age of the management plan, which dates from 1990s, and the lack of information of funding and a participatory approach. The Bureau, therefore, recommended that the proposal be deferred.
Thank you, Madam Noeline. Will anyone want to take the floor?
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised.
Then Noeline, you can continue. Okay. If there's no one taking the floor, the site is deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we move to Africa, to the Lower Zambezi escarpment proposal from Zambia. It's a big area with over 7 million hectares and a population of over 1 million inhabitants. This is an area which is foreseen to have mining activities. Please, can you provide the recommendation? Thank you. The Bureau welcomed this resubmission and congratulated the national authorities on their continued effort to nominate the first biosphere reserve in the country. The MAP Bureau reviewed the additional information provided by the national authorities in response to the Advisory Committee recommendation. They indicated that the section of the national park to be mined has not been recategorized from the IUCN Category 2 to IUCN Category 6. In this regard, the mining license was granted to the developer in accordance with the current National Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015, which requires to conduct an environmental impact assessment in accordance with procedures specified by the Environmental Management Act 2011, and which procedures shall consider the need to conserve and protect. The authorities also informed that the Zambia National Map Committee and the mining developer undertook a reconnaissance visit to the mining site in preparation to host the technical field visit in collaboration with the MAP Secretariat to meet and engage with key stakeholders. The MAP National Committee is inviting the MAP Secretariat for the said technical field visit at their earliest convenience. The Bureau recommended that the proposal be deferred and requested that the MAP Secretariat liaise with the national authorities to organize a technical field visit to the proposed site to meet with key stakeholders, ascertain the critical information, and provide any necessary support prior to the submission of the nomination.
Thank you, Noeline. Mandel, is anyone asking for the floor from the member?
Mr. Chair, no hands has been raised.
Then the site is deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Should I get the floor?
Yeah, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now we move to the proposals for extension of existing biosphere reserve. The first one comes from Italy, Appennino Tosco Emiliano Biosphere Reserve. The Bureau welcomes the high-quality proposal and congratulated the authorities on the quality of their work. It noted with satisfaction that with this extension, the site designated in 2015 set a new goal to embrace a larger area and involve more local communities in living in harmony with nature. The Bureau concluded that the site meets the criteria and recommended that the extension be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Manuel, is anyone asking for the floor?
Nobody has requested the floor, Mr. Chair.
Then the site extension is approved. Will anyone from Italy want to take the floor?
And Italian ambassador, yes.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me express again our gratitude to the members of the Council and the International Advisory Committee for the approval of this proposal for extension, and to confirm again how proud we are to be active part of this program. At this regard, I would like to thank all the administration, in particular Ministry for Ecological Transition, and the community involved at the beating heart of the program. I take this opportunity also to congratulate all the inscription of today. And with your permission, Mr. Chair, I would like now to give the floor to the Professor Fausto Giovanelli, President of the National Park of Appennino Tosco-Emiliano, who coordinates the reserve and who is leading the extension proposal. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Président, délégué, au nom de 80 maires et conseils municipaux d'Italie et d'un plus grand nombre de communautés locales, d'écoles et de gens, et aussi des régions Emilia-Romagna et Toscane. C'est mon honneur de vous exprimer un remerciement du fond de mon cœur. Depuis 2015, une partie de notre Appennino Tosco-Emiliano a été reconnue pour la première fois comme réserve de l'homme et de la biosphère. Et tout de suite a émergé une vague de fierté et de prise de conscience. Cela a mobilisé plusieurs initiatives, des projets et de nouvelles partnerships, lesquels maintenant sont partis de l'action plan de la réserve et actuellement sont en place et souvent déjà réalisés. Aujourd'hui, l'extension de notre réserve est une deuxième naissance. L'extension de notre réserve nous permet de nouveaux cibles, de nouveaux objectifs. Récemment, on a eu plus fort et tout à fait indubitables signaux du réchauffement de l'atmosphère, même ici, sur la frontière climatique euro-méditerranéenne. Et on a eu, et on est encore nous tous, dedans les temps difficiles, très difficiles de la pandémie Covid. Aujourd'hui, il y a pour cela une sensibilité accrue, bien accrue, à l'égard de l'environnement, du changement climatique et du développement durable. Et ça relève pour l'économie et aussi pour les familles, pour les habitudes de vie de chacun de nous. Maintenant, grâce à l'extension d'aujourd'hui, nous avons plus de territoires, plus de réserves naturelles protégées, plus de jeunes engagés, plus des écoles, plus des entreprises. Nous avons nouveaux centres d'excellence internationale pour l'éducation, pour la science, pour la technologie. Et nous avons aussi la proximité de cités et de centres industriels et agro-industriels de classe mondiale. Donc, nous aurons plus de force et d'instruments et plus de ressources humaines capacitatives. Tout cela, soit pour protéger et améliorer nos services écosystémiques menacés, et services écosystémiques que les forêts, les eaux et les terres agricoles de l'Appennino donnent continuellement aux communautés urbaines de la vallée, soit pour visager par une masse critique suffisante les défis planétaires du changement climatique et de la durabilité, en participant d'alliances, des stratégies et des actions plus importantes et efficaces à l'auteur du défi. Cette extension nous permettra de meilleures relations entre les zones urbaines, rurales et naturelles, et une meilleure contribution au réseau international de réserves de biosphère, particulièrement de réserves de montagne, aussi bien qu'au programme international Hommes et Biosphère de l'UNESCO et aux 17 objectifs de l'Organisation des Nations Unies 2030. De nouveau, à vous, Monsieur le Président, et aussi à tous les hommes, les femmes qui participent à ce Conseil international, au secrétariat du MAP, et en particulier au Comité technique national italien du programme MAP UNESCO, nos salutations et encore merci, merci et merci beaucoup. Au revoir.
Thank you, Professor Fausto Giovanni Nelli and Ambassador Ricardo, for those words of yours. With that, we want to say once again, congratulations to Italy for that extension. Thank you. With that, I yield the floor back to Noeline for the last site.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last site is an extension for Lauca Biosphere Reserve. Lauca Biosphere Reserve is participating in the process of excellence and enhancement of the World Network of Biosphere Reserve. The Bureau welcomes the proposal for the extension of the Lauca Biosphere Reserve established in 1981. The extension of the Biosphere Reserve would provide the region and its communities with an opportunity to expand strong dialogue efforts and further share indigenous knowledge. The Bureau congratulated the national and local authorities on their efforts to comply with the statutory framework of the World Network of Biosphere Reserve, the Public-Private Management Committee, the strong participation of the indigenous community in managing the Biosphere Reserve, which is fundamental to its successful implementation. The committee also welcomed the 2-year management plan, which, although short-term in conception, respects the worldview of the indigenous population. The Bureau, therefore, recommended that the requested extension of the Biosphere Reserve be approved.
Thank you, Noeline. Would anyone want to take the floor from the member countries? No?
Ahora, cuando le dé la palabra.
With that, I want to invite Chile for their response. Chile, you have the floor.
Señor presidente del Consejo Internacional, señora secretaria, muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes a todos. En mi calidad de director ejecutivo de la Corporación Nacional Forestal de Chile, organismo que es el punto focal del programa El Hombre y la Biosfera de UNESCO en Chile, me es muy grato poder unirme a esta sesión en la que el Consejo Internacional de Coordinación ha sancionado la extensión de la Reserva de Biosfera Lauca y los informes de revisión periódica de las reservas de biosfera La Campana, Peñuelas y Araucaria, también de nuestro país. Me resulta particularmente grato y reconfortante en momentos que el programa El Hombre y la Biosfera cumple 50 años de existencia, referirme a la aprobación del expediente de extensión de la Reserva de la Biosfera Lauca, la más septentrional de las reservas de la biosfera presente en Chile. El trabajo realizado y que el día de hoy recibe la aprobación oficial de UNESCO es el resultado de años de intenso y valioso trabajo en los que ha sido fundamental la participación y el aporte de los habitantes del territorio, en su mayoría de origen aymara, de las autoridades locales y en forma muy especial de los profesionales y guardaparques de la Corporación Nacional Forestal. Vaya para todos ellos mi reconocimiento y gratitud. Por cierto, habríamos deseado presentar antes el expediente de extensión de la Reserva de Biosfera Lauca. Sin embargo, las difíciles condiciones que nos ha impuesto la pandemia del COVID-19 no nos permitió cumplir con la planificación original. Reconociendo que las reservas de biosfera son espacios en los que se promueve un equilibrio exitoso y sano entre los seres humanos y la naturaleza, y que permite también entender e implementar estrategias de desarrollo territorial que permitan reconciliar la conservación de los recursos naturales con el uso sostenible de estos, el Estado de Chile, en el año 1977, tomó la decisión de incorporarse a la red mundial con las reservas de biosfera Bosque Frei Jorge y Archipiélago Juan Fernández. Se inició entonces un camino que nos ha llevado en la actualidad a tener 10 reservas de biosfera, siendo una de ellas, el Lauca, y ubicada en el altiplano de la región de Arica y Parinacota, en el norte de nuestro país, hasta el extremo sur, en la región de Magallanes y Antártica chilena, en donde se encuentra la reserva Cabo de Horno, la más austral del mundo. La Corporación Nacional Forestal, en su rol de administrador de las zonas núcleo de las reservas de la biosfera, todas partes del Sistema Nacional de Áreas Silvestres Protegidas del Estado, además de ser parte de la gobernanza de estos territorios, permanentemente está motivando a los gobiernos locales y a las comunidades insertas en cada una de estas áreas para cumplir con los objetivos y recomendaciones que surgen del marco estatutario aprobado en 1955 del Plan de Acción de Lima del 2016 y de los respectivos planes de gestión de cada uno de los territorios. En el referido contexto, nos encontramos trabajando en la actualidad en distintos proyectos e iniciativas, siendo una de las más relevantes certificación, siendo precisamente uno de los territorios incorporados a esta iniciativa la Reserva Biosfera Lauca. Deseo aprovechar esta instancia para agradecer el permanente apoyo recibido desde el secretariado del programa Hombre y Biosfera, así como de la oficina regional de la sede en Montevideo, y también agradecer a la delegación permanente de Chile ante la UNESCO por su permanente apoyo, colaboración. Gracias a todo este apoyo, hemos podido avanzar de manera muy importante en el cumplimiento de los compromisos asumidos como Estado. Estamos conscientes de la enorme responsabilidad que conlleva ser parte de una red mundial que pretende dar respuesta a los desafíos del siglo XXI, ayudando también al proceso de implementación de la Agenda 2030 de la Convención de la Diversidad Biológica. Finalmente, y con mucha satisfacción, deseo compartir con ustedes que con la aprobación del expediente de extensión de la Reserva de la Biosfera Lauca, reconocida por UNESCO el año 1981, la superficie total de reservas de la biosfera en Chile alcanza a los 172.000 kilómetros cuadrados, lo que representa más de una quinta parte de la superficie continental de Chile. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you, and once again, congratulations to Chile on the extension. Thank you. Before I yield the floor to Noeline, I want to particularly appreciate everyone. Looking at the pandemic and what we've been able to achieve in terms of the new site, it then means nothing can stop us from moving forward in securing the biodiversity of various parts of the world. And I want to particularly congratulate the locals and all the technical people that work on this site to make it an historic day for us today. And I want to say congratulations to everyone, including those who are working in the secretariat, even when they were working from their homes, those that are here in Nigeria, and those that are still working in the UNESCO headquarters. Let me also use that to appreciate the regional UNESCO, Mr. Dimitri, that is here, has been here with us all through, and the permanent delegation of Nigeria that just stepped out, Dr. Ajo Sani, and the secretariat of UNESCO here in Abuja. They've been working around the clock for us to be able to achieve this. I want to say thank you to everybody. Now I yield back the floor to Noeline.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we are done with this item, and I am pleased to provide you with the new figures of our World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Before this session, we had 714 biosphere reserves in 129 countries, including 21 transboundary biosphere reserves. The Council today approved 18 new biosphere reserves, 2 new transboundary biosphere reserves, including 1 intercontinental between Asia and Europe, and also welcomed 3 new countries in the World Network of Biosphere Reserve. Yesterday, the Council approved the ICSITE strategy, and therefore we have 4 biosphere reserves which are not considered as part of the World Network anymore, and the Council also acknowledged the receipt of a letter from Gabon informing that they were self-withdrawing for Ipasa Makoko. Gabon, having this only biosphere reserve, with the withdrawal of Ipasa Makoko, the World Network of Biosphere Reserve is also losing 1 country. The 2 biosphere reserves which has been approved, the biosphere reserve, the new biosphere reserve is 5 countries. The Mura-Drava-Danube biosphere reserve includes 1 existing biosphere reserve between 2 countries. And the 2 countries, which are Hungary and Croatia, inform that this transboundary with 2 countries will no longer exist, and that it is merged into the 5 new transboundary biosphere reserve, meaning that the transboundary biosphere reserve with 5 countries replace now the transboundary biosphere reserve of 2 countries. Therefore, the last number we have for our World Network of Biosphere Reserve is now 727 biosphere reserves in 131 countries, including 22 transboundary biosphere reserves. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Noeline. I think that called for celebration, and I think we should do a 2 minutes clapping. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. This simply demonstrates to us that pandemic cannot stop us from doing all we can to secure a better future for the generations coming behind us. With this, I think we have come to an end to today's program. If Noli has nothing else to add, I think we have done very well today, and I want to thank everyone across the world. Okay, I give the floor to Noli before I do.
Mr. Chair, before we close, I would like to pay tribute to my colleague Manuel, because Manuel is the one behind all these marvelous videos, photos, and everything, this presentation. And I want to pay tribute to Manuel, and I want also to thank all the countries that have sent all this material, which allowed us to make a so wonderful presentation of the countries. And please, we bother you with asking you videos, photos, and all these things, but you see the result. The result is there. It makes your sites more visible, and we are very proud of what we have achieved together today. Thank you, Manuel, and thank you all the sites. Thank you.
Manuel, I assure you before you leave Nigeria, we'll look for a chieftaincy title for you. With that, we have come to the end of today's program. And I want to say have a lovely day wherever you are. For those who are going tonight, have a wonderful night's rest. Till we meet tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.